tell things went well, yeah. So as we resume the session, maybe I'd like to make a few communications. For those who need places of convenience, you'll find one right on the exits, and then you take your right turn. You should be able to access that facility. And then in case you need any assistance, we have facilitators from Kampala Analytica, and then also the hotel management will be there to assist your needs. So thank you so much for coming back to the session. So to officially open today's session, it is my distinct honor to invite Mr. Brian Chanwat. Yes, he's a leading voice in the realm of digital transformation, and he is indeed a staunch advocate for empowering civil society organizations. So Mr. Brian will offer insights into the significance of today's discussions and GIZ's pivotal role in supporting innovation and capacity building within the sector. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Mr. Brian Chanwat.
Good morning. I have had very nice reviews about me. I need to update my CV. Good morning again. My name is Brian Geoffrey Chanwat. I am the advisor digitalization, the governance project of GIZ Uganda. Before I even say anything, I would like to recognize the presence of my colleagues with whom we traveled. Ben Kerry. Ben Kerry is right there. Ben Kerry is also advisor digitalization, digital inclusion, among other things. Then Rita as well. Rita is over there. Rita is our admin specialist. Timothy, I don't know if Timothy is in. Okay, I think he's out. Timothy is one of our logistical support staff who helps us in doing very many things. Chris? Okay, Chris has also stepped out, but we are here. So on behalf of the Central Southwestern team, allow me extend my sincere appreciation to the partners. I am sure that I'm not a strange face for those who have worked with us for quite some time. The Central Southwestern Hub is one of the components of the GIZ governance project among the three. That is a social accountability component, as well as a human rights and conducive environment component. We are very happy to partner with you all through our new colleagues from Kampala Analytica to come up with this very interesting project. We have tirelessly worked with Kampala Analytica to come up with this project to see how best CSOs in the Central Southwestern Uganda benefit from AI. You are all aware that AI is one of the very common things that people are interacting with, both on their mobiles, on the internet, and so many other platforms. And it is becoming unavoidable. So, like every other technological development, there are pros, there are cons, but we are focused on the cons, on the pros. We want you to get the best out of these things. So we are focused on you people leveraging on these tools to use them for bettering your own organizations, bettering your relationships with colleagues, serving in the different spheres. I'm very excited that we are a mix of people here I can see Mr. Kayondo. I last interacted with him in Fort Portal, and a very interesting guy. It's a blend of every other thing, and we hope that through this interaction here, through this project, we are able to achieve this. I also want to appreciate you all for participating in the baseline that our partner, Kampala Analytica, invited you to work with them on. The feedback was very informative, and we hope that we still take this on forward. So briefly about the project, this is a pilot. We are focused for now on the central southwestern districts of Uganda. We hope that our colleagues or our partners from the other regions are also able to benefit once we conclude this particular pilot. Hopefully resources will be available and we extend the same services to them. Without taking much of your time, allow me extend my appreciation once again for honoring this invitation and joining us to participate in this. I want to thank you all. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Brian Chanwat, for those inspiring and thought-provoking remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me provide an overview of today's agenda to ensure that we are all aligned with the objectives and the flow of the program. So as earlier stated, this session is going to take 2 days, and the theme of today's session is building foundations in AI, artificial intelligence, and digital literacy for civil society organizations. So we will begin with a keynote address by Dr. Viola Nyakato, who will discuss the transformative role of artificial intelligence in advancing sustainable development goals, and the keynote will set the stage for understanding the broader context of artificial intelligence application within the civil society. Following this, Mr. Okidi Christopher, who is the CEO of Kampala Analytica, will then present his findings from a comprehensive baseline study. This session will illuminate the current state of artificial intelligence awareness, adoption, and the challenges being faced by civil society organizations in central and southwestern Uganda. So in the mid-morning sessions, we'll focus on digital literacy and AI literacy with engaging presentations and guided explorations. And then in the afternoon, we'll transition into an interactive session where you have the opportunity to share your experiences and challenges. This collaborative dialogue aims to inspire innovative approaches to integrating AI into your organizational strategies. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor to introduce Dr. Viola Nakato. She is a luminary in the field of artificial intelligence and its applications for sustainable development. So today's keynote speaker will deliver an address on the role of artificial intelligence in advancing sustainable development in Uganda. And she will provide us with an invaluable perspective on how AI is not merely a tool, but a transformative force that can reshape how civil society organizations operate and deliver value. Ladies and gentlemen, following her address, there will be a Q&A session, and I encourage you to take notes and prepare questions that can enrich our understanding. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Viola Nyakato. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, thank you so much, Madam Moderator, for welcoming me on stage. and I want to thank Kampala Analytica for the opportunity to come to talk about a subject I must declare that really starting to know what AI is. So I can't raise your expectations that I'm an expert, but when I introduce myself and talk about what I'm going to talk about, I think it will bring the message home. So I wanted to start with that disclaimer. Yeah, my name's Viola Nyakato. I'm a senior lecturer at Mbarara University of Science and Technology. I'm a sociologist by training, and I practice sociology in teaching and research. With me, I came with my mentee, Dorcas Achen. We're seated together in the corner, and we work together in the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies. I'm a founding dean of the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, and I think which makes me a very relevant person to come and talk about this topic. And like I said, I studied sociology and religious studies at Makerere University. I have a public health training and a PhD in development studies. I'm also an educationist. During COVID, I founded a young school that is focused on child-centered education. And one of the things that motivated me to start that school are the transformations that we are going through in education and the need to really come back to reality and know that education is not about marks, it's about growth. And so that is where I come from. And because I had been teaching in a university for more than 20 years, I realized the gap between where we come from in nursery and primary school and the kind of students that we get in the university, and the foundation is very important. I've been requested to talk about the significance of AI, artificial intelligence in sustainable development within Ugandan context. And I've been informed that I'm talking to a team of people that are from civil society organizations and non-government organizations. So that one gives me also a background on what I'm going to talk about. Just last month, I was attending a UNESCO workshop at the African Union, and we're looking at transformations in education, and one of the issues that came out highlighted was AI and its transformations in education. I'd gone there as an expert in sexuality education, but I found myself exchanging business cards and discussions about AI, and so I have a story to tell. One of the things that I want to bring about as a sociologist, in sociology we study social change and adaptations. And I want all of us to think about one of the technologies that we have been able to adapt ourselves to, and if we belong to these categories as we go through our talk. Technology adaptation follows a curve. And this curve starts with the innovators themselves. They're those who will innovate technology. So they are always in the first adapters. So most of the people who start technology, they will adapt technology. They will use it because they know its benefits and its use. And after innovation, I was lucky this morning to find our former students. EYIT TV, which you see here focusing, was started by our own students. And then we were told that there was a TV which doesn't have a station, which is live, and the trials were on us, these boys that you see and the girls that you see in this room. So the trials are on us. So for some people, they will say, what's that? Others, they will take many steps behind, and they usually go among, the last ones are called laggards in technology adaptation. The laggards take a big percentage, around 16%. There will be someone who will not take up technology. And they always have a reason why they don't take up technology. So I said, I'm going to give these kinds of people, and you take note of who you are. And there is no crime in taking your position as far as you're concerned. So the laggards are assumed to take about like 16%. Following from the back are people they take among the late majority. In technology adoption, there will be more than 30% of people that will be among the late adopters. Technology will come and we shall be late. We shall wait to see how it happens with others. And then there's what they call the early majority. And so those are the ones who will come on board towards the innovators. And these ones take also around a third, which is about 30%. And then there are those that we call the early adopters. It happens today, and they will hear about the innovation, and they will go on board and have it. They're usually called the early adopters, and those are around 13%. So what you see is that adopting technology is not something that we take on that full board. So there will be those who will start the technology by innovating it because of what they have been exposed to, because of their experience, because of their need, and so because of the problem they want to solve. And then there will be those ones who follow them through. There will still not be many. So Kampala Analytica can't be shocked, or GIZ can't be shocked that there are some people who will go slow, but there are those who will be very fast. So who are you? Are you among the innovators? Are you an early adapter? Are you in the early majority? Are you a late majority, or you are at the laggards? So like I introduced myself, I really have limited experience, but I have experience in as far as AI is concerned. And I wish to say that these categories of adapters are influenced by certain situations. So age is very important. Young people adapt technology very fast than any other person. And exposure, who is around you. So exposure comes along with as well as peer pressure and the need to take up what others have done. So exposure is a very important factor as far as adoption of technology is concerned. Education, any form of education that you have, it could be formal or informal, as long as there's a process of learning. One's socioeconomic status also influences adaptation, where you belong, the policy environment. Because when there is a policy and they say today everyone is going to use a phone in the office and they will have to upload this kind of app, then you will have to do it because policy is direction, policy is law, policy is in a way that you will not go against it. It's what you're required to do. But also it has to do with individual attitude. I have my personal attitude, and so this influences where I will go and how much I will take on. In social science research, we have what we call like CAP studies, the knowledge, the attitude, the practices. You need to understand someone's attitude to know where they will belong. Also, you need to understand yourself. The attitude and perception go together, but the roles and expectations. Because if you take up a position or a role, it may influence you to the level of adaptation that you will take. So this is the kind of background I wanted to give, that we have a reason and a process from which we take up technology and adapt to technology, but also there are factors behind adaptation. And even then, we can't be at the same level of technology adaptation. So that's the kind of background that I wanted to give when I was given this. So where are we coming from? So when I was preparing this talk, I wanted to go back to myself. What has happened to me as far as any other experiences of technology that have been interfaced with, and what level of adaptation have I taken? Of course, human need is a very, very important aspect. So I went through my history, because when we talk about technology, because this is called the fourth industrial revolution. So this means we have had the first, the second, the third, the fourth. We have had, even when you go back to human evolution, when you go back to inventions of like even fire, use of iron, all that is technology. Technology is not about the IT technology that we are faced with. When we go into the industrial revolution, when we talk about mechanization, it has had a lot of changes that it has come to do on us. So I went back and I asked myself, what kind of experiences do I have of technology adaptation? And I remember one of my sociology classes, our teacher of sociology at Makere used to simplify issues of social change and compared, who among you knows a clay pot? Clay, not clay of ceramics. I'm talking about the clay that we get pick it from the swamp or the river, come and mold out a clay. So when I was growing up, my grandmother, they were still using clay pots. So if you're given a clay pot to fetch water, the chances are that it might not come back home. So the convenience, human beings by nature will have to find a level of convenience. So I'm going to tell you about the clay versus plastic jerrycan analogy that I was told in my first classes of sociology and social change. So human beings by nature take up convenience, because when you look at the level of adaptation in our current times of clay, do we have any clay pots in our houses? I think no. I think my sister told me about this water filter. It's called water purifier. I don't know who uses it. Inside it, there's a clay material, and then it's surrounded by a plastic material. So, and I saw her use it and kept on asking, but it is clean water. And I remembered 11 years ago, some villager came and told us that clay actually cleans water, and took us through the technology of cleaning 11 years ago. And I'm using water purifier not more than 2 months ago. So you see how, so the convenience, so when Jibu water came, you know, how many of you use Jibu water in their jerrycan with a tap? How many? Yeah, so you see the convenience of that tap. So the first time I saw that jerrycan, I heard why other water production companies, why they can't use their jerrycan. They patented it, so you can't use it. So when I bought that jerrycan, I stopped boiling water. I saw in my house, it was very convenient. So that analogy of the convenience makes it so easy for us to have the experience to the extent that we forget. Not many of us remember clay pots, but we can't miss to have plastic materials in our lives, because a plastic material can do anything. So that's one side of the experience of adaptation that I can talk about. So you can imagine I had about water purifier, the material. We kept that material in our office. I don't know if it's a chain, for a long time. I want to go there. I would say, can water? Then still up to now, my husband asks me, but is that water clean? So you see how you keep asking yourself those questions. So another story that I have about adaptation is mobile money. So mobile money came, and a very prominent businessman here in Barra Town at that time was our student. And we met at the compound, and he was telling me about mobile money. So he explained how he has put an app, how money can move from one phone to another, how you can pay. I looked at him with a lot of saying, will I put mobile money on my phone? Will I use mobile money? But now, having mobile money like you get money and you transfer it to your mobile account, and then you pay electricity, you pay water, you pay your taxes, you pay, and the convenience comes that much, the extent that you forget where you've come from. So I also delayed to use mobile money. I actually delayed to use mobile money. So I kept on asking, what does it mean? How will it work? Will my money be? So now, now I forget the extent that I can, and of course money agents. I can look at the line at the bank and I say, okay, let me go, and they charge me my 4,000. I pick my money from a mobile money agent, and off I go. So those are elements of, before we go to AI, all of us have different experiences of technology adoption. AI is one of that technology, but we have had many experiences of technology. If I asked you to talk about your different technology adoption experiences, you will know that you have had an experience of adopting technology. And when I talk about, like, I always talk about, I come to my class and I tell my students, I come to teach at 8, and I say, I've come to teach at 8, I've had my breakfast, my children have had their breakfast, my clothes are washed. And so I said, how would I make it to this class at 8 o'clock? I slept enough, I woke up to work without technology in my house. I say, some of these things that we have to, there are things that you must put in your life to live a life. So I said, one of the most important things that we have to have, that I have learned, is that a washing machine makes life easy. But washing machines have been here a long time. I used to travel abroad and I see people taking their clothes to a washing machine, and I would even fear to go there. I just wash my clothes a little bit on the sink, hang on the heaters in the house, and get my convenience. But one day my husband told me, but what's wrong with a washing machine? Because I would imagine myself, then place, then put soap, then wait for instructions. So you see how exposure is an important element of technology adoption. So my experience of not being exposed to washing machine made it so I have traveled. But just recently, when I spent a year in Sweden, is when I say, oh, to hell. I found where the washing machines were. Everything was being washed, and it was convenient. So you see, my experience was, where did I come from? What was I doing? And what is my level of confidence that I can actually use that machine? Have you been using a technology, and even you can't touch, even you can't read instructions because of your experience? So technology is, like for me, being a woman in my setting, technology, a cooker, I can't think about smoke. That one I have to tell you. Because how many minutes do I need to put up a sigiri? I will have finished my breakfast. And it would have been convenient. Maybe my husband will tell me that is not a cooking woman. So I will go on and pass by it. So the fridge, like a freezer, it transforms your life, because I think about my week, the whole week, and my sauce is in the freezer for the whole week. So this is how you manage to come home, sit in the chair, calmly eat and drink. But sometimes when they say, that's a spoiled wife, that's a spoiled woman. But this is technology. This is technology, and that's what it brings to us, to make our lives, because it is based on human need. And when you define your human need, that's where you go. And then what do I know about assisted? I'm coming from a teaching institution. And when they talk about AI, we should have been the early adopters as teachers, especially in a university. This week I was telling my colleagues, we were having a higher degrees committee meeting, and I was telling my colleagues, I said, we have had what we call secretarial bureaus in town, where our students, we are always worried about who has done this work for this student. Is it originally their work? Can they have had assistance? But now we have AI-assisted thesis, dissertation, coursework. How are we going to live with it? So how do we know? How do we, because you have nothing. I have a senior student I was having a meeting with yesterday. I have a senior student doing their PhD, senior person in another level of social life. And then she said, Dr. Viola, I said, yes, do you know what? What they call the AI on our WhatsApp? Because me, I have not met her. I told you me, I'm a laggard. I'm there, I come slowly. And then he said, have you seen Meta? Have you used Meta? My administrator at my school, she tells me about Meta. She tells me how she converses with Meta. And then she said, but you're lying, Meta. Then the other one says, I'm sorry, let me check again. And then she tells me how her conversations, her work with Meta. And then this senior student who are working said, Dr. I said, yes. I always, like the way you see I've come with a chain, I always walk along with my students and my colleagues for whom we are in the mentorship journey. So I sit close to my students, especially senior students. I need to know where they are, where they're coming from. I said, Meta. I said, what do you know about Meta? Then said, see, my tool which I've been working on for 6 months and is not finished, Meta has done it. So I said, tell me how you have done it. So I said, okay, how are we going to tell? And how are we going to learn differently? I also have my experience of ChatGTP. I was writing, and someone, because I've had, my son tells me, we got their school, they're writing their dissertation, they're writing their research papers, AI checking, originality. So I tell my son, I say, please make sure your work is original. I sit down with him, I tell him, this is how we read literature, this is how we synthesize literature, this is how we get out our personal notes, this is how we write now our original piece. So I think my son looks at me with a lot of suspicion and says, but mommy is taking me through a lot of journeys. And I didn't know for him, he already has ChatGTP on his computer. And the teachers are warning us that they are going to cancel, they are not going to allow those pieces, they must be original. Then I say, okay, I keep quiet. They said, but mommy, do you know this tool? It makes life easy. I said, my God, they're going to get you and your dissertation is going to be cancelled. Can you write originally? He said, mommy, I have the writing skills, but there is also an assistant. I said, how do you do it? I have told you age, experience, exposure. It makes it so easy. So I said, take me through how you make an original piece with this app. So he takes me through. He writes an original piece because I looked at his work and I said, how? A high school student, I looked at his work, I know he's good at writing. I don't doubt that. But I really felt like it was assisted. But I could not tell because for me, I didn't know about ChatGTP, and for him, he already knew it. And his friends were making fun of their teachers because they knew what will happen when they leave the class. So he tells me how it works, and it passes. So I was discussing with a colleague of mine from Sweden. He said, Viola, put this app on your phone. I said, which one? When he explained, I said, it looks like this is something that my son told me 3 months ago. My laggard behavior. This is something that my son told me 3 months ago. So I put it. When I put it, I now say, okay, how does it think? So I put my statements, provide that, do this, do that, do that. My work was done. So we have a lot of opportunity. This is what I came to say here. We have a lot of opportunities, but these opportunities have to be met with our respective needs. What motivates us? Civil society organizations have to do this. One, I plan to ask all of you, if you really get funding beyond Uganda for your activities, put up your hand. If you've been funded by an organization, an agency, beyond Uganda, beyond Africa, put up your hand. Almost all of us. I knew that in civil society, For us, we get our salaries from Treasury. So we can lagger, we can wait. But if you really are living in a global village, the global village, where communication is instant, where competition is high, I think we have to adapt. We don't have choices. So with improved communication, with the world becoming more of a global village, we have to know. That's one. Information is very important. Competitiveness and equality. We compete. I really have had an opportunity of competing for global funds, like funds from global agencies. So they will give you 1 month to write a proposal. And someone somewhere will have the ability to have the skill to get assisted. You can use your traditional methods because there's originality. I've found myself very competitive for being original. That I can say. But you must get assistance. Like we have been assisted with machinery for hands-on. We have had assistance. Like you're using a hoe, you can use a tractor. Africa has been one of the laggard countries. We wait because of our exposure, because of our ability, but there are things that we can't wait on. So if you are going to be competitive, if the space is going to wait for you, to open up for you, we need assistance. We have received assistance for our hands, but AI assists the human brain. I think that's what it is. I've put a disclaimer that I'm not an expert, but when you look at AI, its role is assist the brain, the thoughts, but it does not take away your brain because your competitiveness will still be there as long as you have original work. So AI contributes to competitiveness, but also it builds equality. Because if you're going to be in the same space, if someone has employed an IT expert, I always walk along with my research, I always walk along with IT people I like orderly work. I like work that looks good because we are in the world of communication and imaging. So I want to say, please look at my work. What is my page? Is it orderly? Huh? How is my page? How are my tables? What about the graphics? All those things can help you to make you a better competitive person. But also it makes you be like the other person. The ground will be leveled. Because if someone has been assisted and another one has not been assisted, how can you compete? So it also builds equality. And also, we have to remember that AI is progressively a human need. We have received advancements in technology around human beings. So those advancements have come to us through making our brains and our thoughts work better. We used to use Google. I still love to use Google. Even when I have ChatGTP, I go back to my Google and I ask a lot of questions. Wikipedia, I go back and get to read. So it helps you to be better, to be improved, but also relevance. And this is what I want to end with. Technology does not come to take over humanity. As a sociologist, I believe in social order because there are different roles of different people. People will always be there. I'm not saying that because children can learn independently, they don't need mentors, they don't need teachers. And that other people will be irrelevant. If we are irrelevant, maybe these people who are really oriented to IT and technology, they wouldn't think about a sociologist to come here and talk about these issues. So order and roles and responsibilities are things that we have to look at. And from academia, coming from academia, I have to look for a root of where do I get the basis of justifying integration of AI? I looked up to two models, and which I know are familiar to you. And the model, like when you look at because when you look at AI as an advanced, as a human need, human beings have different needs. I know most of you could have heard about the Maslow's ladder of the hierarchy of human needs. Like, we have moved the basics, the physical needs of basics, because one of the basic needs at the bottom of the pyramid for human needs are physiological needs. Food, shelter, you remember those things. But in our work, technology is coming to be one of the basic needs, because there's a way we can't do with technology, especially when we choose to be in these spaces that we are in. We can't do without technology. It's a very important thing. And so when you look at the level, but this doesn't take away humanity, because human beings are satisfied with other things: love, safety, belonging, esteem, actualization. So at the end of it all, even if we do what, we have to live, especially with the African culture. If we lose touch with ourselves, technology shouldn't take away ourselves. So I wanted us to remember that as we also advance in technology, we have to give it its space in terms of the hierarchy of our needs. If it's a basic need, let it do needs of the basics. I'm a scholar of human relations, and one of the things that I focus on are adolescent growth and development. We have seen memes and WhatsApp messages and about the touch that we lose with our family, with our children, because of being oriented and preoccupied by technology. Technology has to be disciplined. If you don't discipline it, then it can really, as well, take away the basics. Maslow's ladder of human needs is almost at the border between 18th and 19th century. It's a very historical model of human needs, but it still applies. The second model around human needs is what we call the Manfred Max Niff's fundamentals of human needs, which extends from Maslow's ladder, and still puts basic needs to a level of subsistence. For me, in my orientation, I wish to put IT, technology to the basics, to the substance. Because when we put it at the substance, it actually enables us. Because the substance, the needs of substance are very, very important. Like, you have to start with it. It is at the bottom of the ladder. But as we shall be hearing today, we'll hear issues around ethics, protection, relevancy, human action, progression, advancements. So all those aspects, we must have a critical mind of knowing where is the space of AI, and where do I put it? Because the moment we don't put technology in its rightful place, then it can take over the other aspects of humanity. And it has actually had to take over other aspects of humanity. But people who have been cautiously putting IT in its space, they have put it, they know when to use IT and its space, and they know when to become human beings. So as a sociologist, I can't fail to emphasize relationships, I can't fail to emphasize social order and progression of humanity, because we will have to be faced with another generation. This is the fourth revolution. This is the generation fourth revolution. What is going to be in the fifth? Are we already looking at it? And will human beings be there to be in that revolution? And what role will they play? Those are some of the questions that are leaving us behind. Thank you so much once again for the opportunity. Thank you for bringing me here to speak about the subject for which I felt unfamiliar with, but you challenged me to look at myself and what I've been able to do as far as AI is concerned. And I'm hoping that my talk has raised us into thinking about who are we in this adaptation process. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Nyakato Viola, for that insightful keynote address. But maybe before our speaker returns to her seat, I'd like to invite the audience. Earlier mentioned, we'll have a Q&A session. So we'll have 3 questions from the participants. Yes, we'll have just 3. Please try to make your questions brief and straight to the point, and then we'll go ahead with the program. Yes. So if you'd like to ask a question, or if you'd like to supplement, please kindly raise up your hand, and the microphone will be brought to you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Nyakato. My name is Diana Kopsinge, and I work with Joy for Children. Thank you so much for the elaborative keynote that you've given unto us. And I believe each one of us works in different organizations and institutions. But, Madam, I would like you to please, to the bits, how we can integrate AI into our cultures without really intervening with the natural setting of our different cultures. That's the question. Thank you so much, Doctor.
Yes, thank you. Doctor, should I get all questions, then you answer? Okay, thank you. Yes, let's have a second question.
Thank you so much. My name is Afan Abdallah from Kasese, Great Lakes Peace Center. When we talk about some of these programs that are rising at a very high rate, my question now is, what is going to happen to the originality of humanity? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Let's have a, okay. Seeing 2 hands up.
It's okay.
You can take both. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Nyakato. Salom Kasozi is my name. Well, where I come from, the organization is now 32 years. So you can imagine.
Please repeat. Yeah. No, I think I got the name Kasozi. Did I get Kasozi? Yes.
Is it okay?
Let me be very fast. What I wanted to get from you is how you've dealt with the environment around you, because we've had people who are, we call that they are stuck in history or stuck in the past, who are very not so swift to changing to what we call the digitalization era. So like I've just said, that where I come from, we have, for instance, a board of people who are of the other era, and then we are bringing on people who are the new technology, the young people who are used to, very fast. So how have you dealt with that environment where you're working from to see that the people around you or you're working with are able to adapt to the digital technology? I thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. We had planned to take 3, but I think for the purpose of gender balance, allow me, let the lady ask her question. We'll have more interactive sessions where you'll be able to ask questions. Yes, so kindly keep hold of those questions, yeah. So this will be the final question for now.
Thank you. I'm Lillian from USAN. I want to inquire how best, as we integrate AI into our CBOs, how best can we work on the issue of the high adaptation of the young people now that end up losing touch of the rest of the world? We have kids who stay indoors and they are developing apps and all that, but then they are losing touch of the world outside. We no longer have people who are creative on the outside, but when it comes to indoor things, to technology, they are so addicted, and that has defined their life. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, dear participants, for those thought-provoking questions. Allow me hand over to Dr.
Thank you so much. I'll start from the last one going upwards. Yeah. One thing that we have to remember is that we need evidence. And I have heard, and even I have read, that China is increasingly putting in place restrictions on how much time you can spend on your on what they call them. I have lost the language on these gadgets. How much you can, especially for the children, because of brain development issues. So we need to know that technology is addictive, and evidence is really out there, and it has shown how much addictive it is. And when we talk about addiction, we are talking about mental health. And when we talk about mental health, we are talking about productivity of our society. So one thing that we have to know is that, and I'm sure that the research that has been done could show that and could give that background. And so with technology, it has to be regulated, especially where it has side effects. We have regulated tobacco. It has been very difficult to regulate alcohol, I must say. Alcohol has become very difficult to regulate, especially for some groups of people. But with young people, there must be an intention to protect. And then we don't know. The other day I was in church, and I was seated, and there was a child. I've told you that for me with children, I am alert, because I deal with all children, and so problems of the young childhood, I meet them at the old age, and now have gone to deal with little children. So I am very sensitive and alert. So I saw a parent who was doing these three things. He came in church with the wife, and they came with their, you know, we are in an era of children. They call them, the word has gone, it's not privilege. So the children that we have are children of favorite. The English word has gone, it will come back. So for us, when we were growing up, my mother gave birth to 8 children. So we are choosing to give birth to 2, 3, because of our situations. And so sometimes we forget to protect children. So I saw a parent give a phone to a child to go on their favorite cartoons in church. And then at the same time, this parent was feeding the child. They had their juices and their mandazis. And so I was very uncomfortable, because I come from a behavior nurturing discipline, socialization. So when we give, so because we want to be, I've told you it's convenient. This child is going to cry, they're going to make noise. What I have, I give a what? A phone. So what we need, some of us who come from civil society, let's use evidence to teach our communities that these things can't be the way we are doing them, because it is not good for these children now. So if we are not disciplined to be in order, you know, church is a structured order. Yeah, for me, when I was growing up, kneeling is kneeling, standing is standing, and I went to a nuns school. Those of you who have gone to schools led by nuns and priests, you know. So it was this order that we were in. So one thing that we have not yet done is to protect our children, that's for sure. That one I'll bring it to Analytica to do research and give us the evidence. We need policies that protect the children, but also we need to mobilize our communities to be aware of the effects that it could have. When parents at the top are fighting, disagreeing, one time my son asked me and said, "Mommy, I need a tablet." He was in P6. I said, "Why do you need a tablet?" He said, "My friend has it." I said, "Where did your friend get the tablet from?" The father gave it to him. Then I said, "But the father does not live with them." Then I said, "But you live with your father. Maybe your friend is having a tablet to communicate with what? With the father." So I said, it must be for the need of communicating. So we had a discussion about having a tablet. But where I come from sexuality education, we don't know how to communicate with our children on basic things. So we talk about why that child could have had a tablet. And I said, go back and ask your friend what they use the tablet for and come and tell me. So he went and found out, yes, the father is not at home, they have to communicate, he lives abroad. Then I said, you see, that could be a reason why your friend has a what? A tablet. But for you, you live with both your parents, so we communicate every day. So let's wait to use a tablet later. I deliberately gave my son a phone, a smartphone, a good smartphone, when he turned 18. But some of us are buying our children phones at 2 years. Aren't we doing it? So my daughter, who is 15, asked for the phone. I said, what age did your brother get the phone? I said, I'm going to do the same. So that's one of the things, but we can't do what we don't know. We need evidence to be able to know what is affecting. If China has a policy where these phones are coming from, that a child cannot spend 2 hours and of a certain age on the phone, what about us who are just using, not adapting? You know, for us, we are using, but adaptation sometimes is coming from somewhere else. So we need the evidence to do that. So I don't have a complete answer, but one of the things that I have to say is that it is true. There is evidence that that getting addicted to IT at an early age. But also one time I was in this very room, I was talking to young people about IT, and I told them, my parents make me uncomfortable about IT and phone use. Some of us, we have our jobs on our phones. So some jobs, by the way, you can see that person seated there, Marshall. He's working, but you can misunderstand him. So how do we get to differentiate between someone who is working because it is their job and who is misusing? We need all that information to be able to do that. But I know the scientists about this subject matter are in this room and are going to talk about this issue. Now, Kasozi asked about the issues of digitalization around people who are in the other era. Is it the question? Yes. I recently gave this example about someone who asked me about technology, and you know, we use different examples. And I said, how many people may, because what I'm going to do is going to answer the question, or question number 1 and question number 2 about integration. And that were number 1 and number 3. I said, what do you know about Harry and Meghan? The good thing is that I follow young people. What do we know about Harry and Meghan, and where do they come from? Where do those 2 names? Harry and Meghan, where do they come from? Those 2 names. You know? Yes, please. Yes, Harry is a prince of the United Kingdom, and Meghan is the wife. And there must be an element of protecting culture. There is a reason why Meghan could not stay in the castle. because they didn't want black to mix with white, and they were very clear. So there is when we need to protect culture. Culture and identity are foundations of humanity. So when we see people lagging, we need to listen to them. That's where I come from. I come from a mixed life, an integrated and interdisciplinary life. And sometimes when someone says no, they are saying something, they are protecting something. It's against human rights. It's against human rights to discriminate. But the British were discriminating for protecting their culture. Do you get me? And we speak about them that they will deny, but that's the truth. They were uncomfortable that their generation of their kingdom was going to have a black spot. That one I can say. So in life, there must be. I tell my students in my class that I'm a Munyankore, and I'm not happy that we don't have Banyankore kingdom. I admire cultures which still have their traditions. There is always going to be a baseline. There's always going to be where we start from. So that one, I stand for it. I say that we need culture. That's what gives us identity. When you go into political economy, you'll find that what made Africa be, when society and the world was advancing, is the strong culture of Ubuntu. If we lose what we have, then we don't have anything. So we must be able to coexist with those who say no, because they are saying something. So it's okay to adapt, it's okay to advance, but it's also okay to listen and we coexist. That one is what I wanted to say. What is going to happen to originality of humanity? Human beings will be there, and I have hope for the fifth generation. I actually have hope for that. But there must be, something must be done to have that. Because all attempts to extinct humanity have never been successful. But although there are some communities which have been extinct. I was doing research among the Batwa. And the way they were discriminated against, if you don't progress, reproduce, you can extinct yourself. Because human beings have to reproduce themselves. So there are things that we need to look at that we can guard against. So policy is very important. Culture is very important. Evidence is very important. Because if we don't have evidence, we can't do what we are doing. So I want to thank you so much once again for the questions and for the opportunity. I hope I've answered your questions. Thank you so much for the interesting questions.
Yes. Thank you so much, Dr. Nyakato, for that insightful discussion. Ladies, let's kindly give her a round of applause as she takes her seat. Yes, so thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to our next session, where we will delve into the findings of a recent baseline study conducted by Kampala Analytica. This study provides a detailed examination of artificial intelligence awareness, adoption, and the specific challenges and opportunities. Mr. Okidi Christopher, who is the CEO of Kampala Analytica, will present the findings and unpack their implications on artificial intelligence integration within the sector. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Okidi Christopher. Thank you.
let's clap again for Dr. Monica, Dr. Viola. Yeah. Yeah, for the wonderful presentation. I was actually, when we were for breakfast, I was actually telling Dr. Viola why we actually zeroed on her to give this keynote address. First of all, for the obvious reason that she's a sociologist. And as Kampala Analytica, we are at the intersection of technology and society. In any case, we've also had a lot of convenings, some online and some physically, and we've mainly been inviting people from IT, technology to speak to us. But these particular moments, because we are confronting the question of civil society, sustainable development, there is need for a sociologist to give that intersection. And I think she did excellently well. And also because for the obvious reason that as Kampala Analytica, our approach to technology is interdisciplinary and transhistorical. Interdisciplinary, we believe that technology, everyone has a role to play in technological transition. Right from the time when man discovered fire, which is the Mesolithic age, the Neolithic era of pottery, the role of humanity, of every member of society has been quite instrumental in shaping that transformation. So, and I think Doctor did so well on that. My role today is, not today, maybe just for now, is to present the baseline findings of Kampala Analytica. And I will be projecting. The title of the baseline finding is A Mysterious Savior, Artificial Intelligence and Civil Society in Central and Southwestern Uganda. I'm sure this is how we approach research. Even when we are approaching a title, we get those striking quotations from the respondents. And I think when our team was interviewing the various respondents, someone said, AI is such a mystery. And then another one said, oh, this thing is such a savior. And that is how we arrive at our title, which is a mysterious savior, artificial intelligence, and civil society organizations in Central and Southwestern Uganda. Before I go through the slides, I just want to project the draft report. Why we are saying it is draft is because we are still validating this report, including some of the insights that will come up today. We'll also still input into the report, and then you'll finally get the product online, where you'll also find digital resources. One thing you also need to know is that because of this baseline study, Kampala Analytica has been able to develop 4 resources for CSOs to help them in their AI and digital transformation journeys, which I think Marshall will later on discuss and tell you how you can obtain it. But we have up to 4 sets of documents, which is directly emerging from this. Yeah, so So let me just show you a report before I go through the slides. So yeah, so that is the report. We acknowledge all the respondents, and majority of you are here. And one thing I also, on behalf of Kampala Analytica, let me take this opportunity to officially thank all of you who participated in the process of these field studies, all the names of the respondents who we interviewed, and majority of you are actually here. And then, yeah, that is the report. That's our methodology. Yeah, so just so that you can see that we have a very detailed report, which we are still in the process of also validating, including some of the insights that are emerging from here, will also have to be incorporated to produce the final report, which you'll all get. Yeah, and then it is also important to understand this was our tool for data collection, our interview map, which was administered to each of the respondents, and most importantly, touching the various sections. Allow me now go through the slides. And I will be talking about, I will be introducing the report, giving you the methodology, some of the key findings, recommendations, and our conclusions. When we are talking about artificial intelligence, you cannot talk about artificial intelligence without talking about the fourth industrial revolution. And from the report, we begin with a discussion of Klaus Schwab, who actually drew the attention of humanity and all our attentions to the subject of the fourth industrial revolution. And what is the fourth industrial revolution? The fourth industrial revolution is that phase of industrial transition and industrial revolution where there is increased integration of physical, digital, and biological technologies such as artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, robotics, that are transforming all aspects of societies and industries digitally. And when you look at our literature review, which I also want to project, we did a very comprehensive literature study. And from this literature study, you'll actually understand that in a space of 20 years, there's actually been a shift in the global economy. In the early 2000s, for example, there were other sectors that were driving the global economy. But 20 years later, you will find that the global GDP is actually determined by tech companies such as Facebook, Alphabet, Amazon, Microsoft, Google, and these have now become the leading companies that are driving the global economy. So this is just a space of 20 years. Prior to that, you would have other companies, like, for example, there were actually other companies, automobile companies, other companies in the food sector, and other companies also in the automobile sector. So these were actually companies that would actually drive the global economy. But in just a space of 20 years, you see that Facebook has taken over. You find Alphabet, and these are the companies that are shaping the global economy. So that tells you that there is a reality in technological shift that also requires each and every one of us to adapt. Also, with this fourth industrial and digital reality, there are disparities in terms of adoption. Of course, developed countries, like countries in the global north, use artificial intelligence across multiple sectors and for purposes of efficiency across multiple sectors like healthcare, finance, transportation. But when you again look at the global south, you will find that we use artificial intelligence to help us, for example, address our challenges. For us, we are not yet, we are not looking at artificial intelligence for purposes of efficiency. We are looking at artificial intelligence for purposes of bridging gaps, because we still have a lot of structural challenges that we are engaging with, and like we actually say, this transition of AI and technology does not happen in a vacuum. It happens within the social processes, structures that are already available. And like Doctor actually said, these societal dynamics, structural dynamics, shapes how we respond and adapt to those technologies. So you find that most countries in the global south that have some challenges are also leveraging, by the way, on artificial intelligence to address some of their challenges like education, health, economic growth. But their uptake of these technologies is not like the global south, who are using it, leveraging on it to promote efficiency. What about the Africa context? Africa has Agenda 2063, which is Africa's normative vision. And Agenda 2063 aims to leverage fourth industrial revolution and emerging technologies like AI for inclusive growth, focusing on education, innovation, and equitable development. Of course, Africa is in the global south. And just like we said, there is a distinction in terms of adoption between North and the global south. So you can see Africa also trying to exert its agency within the entire AI and fourth industrial context. Also in our introduction, we highlight Uganda's agency. And in Uganda's agency, when you look at our literature review, which let me project again, in our comprehensive literature review, we also look at Uganda's digital transformation journey. Since 2005, when the National ICT Policy Framework to guide the development in the ICT sector was rolled out by Uganda. Besides that, Uganda also has enacted several policies like the National Information Technology Policy, the e-governance policy, the National Postal Policy, the Digital Migration Policy, the National e-Waste Policy, the National Country Code Top-Level Domain Policy, the creation of NITA with an act in 2009, the National Information, the Computer Misuse Act, that one which is very controversial up to now, then the Electronic Signatures Act. So Uganda, as a country, has also understood the importance of digital transformation in its development journey. And so we capture that also in our introduction. But in our introduction, we also highlight, and this emerged from respondents, that no matter all these digital policies and digital laws that Uganda came up with, there are three very outstanding challenges that Uganda faces when we're talking about issues of artificial intelligence, fourth industrial revolution, and digitalization broadly. And one of them is low internet penetration. I'm sure you're familiar when I'm talking about low internet penetration, because it is most of you, I think most of the respondents were concerned about low internet penetration. And indeed, also when we consulted literature, we actually found that Uganda has only 24% internet penetration rate. So meaning your concerns about internet is also corroborated with secondary literature on that. The other challenge that also came up from respondents and also corroborated by literature is the question of energy, Uganda's energy infrastructure and reliable electricity. Because these machines are powered with electronic technologies. They are electronic technologies. So the question of energy is very important. And also when we consulted literature, we found that Uganda, and this is according to actually the low internet penetration rate is a World Bank study. That 24% is a World Bank, that is World Bank data. Then International Energy Agency data shows that Uganda's energy access is at 30%. So these are some of the challenges that even when we are talking about artificial intelligence, we should be looking at how do we address and how do we deal with them. And the last one, which is also something that emerged from the study, is the whole question of digital literacy. So digital literacy is still also a very big challenge to adapting to some of these emerging technologies. However, even when there are such challenges, various players, including government, are also aware of some of these technologies. And in trying to mitigate, and I don't speak for government, but this is our study anyway. In trying to mitigate, government has come up also with a lot of mitigating programs. For example, you've heard about the National Broadband Strategy, which is government's intent to ensure that there is accessible internet across the country. The practice, the implementation might be different, but what we need to appreciate is the fact that there is a national broadband strategy. And this is also something that CSOs can, and so that there is digital inclusion and avert a possible digital divide. Besides the national broadband strategy, government also articulates in its Vision 2040. Our government underscores in its Vision 2040 the need for internet and digitalization, digital transformation to drive development. And then also, government also in our education sector intends to integrate ICT. Now in education, why integrating ICT in education is important is the question of content. We had a focus group discussion in Kampala, and there's a very interesting journalist called Timothy Kalejira, who I think most of you are familiar with. Timothy Kalejira says that in the entire, that in the digital marketplace, if we are to look at the entire internet, in the internet economy, Africa's entire contribution to the internet in terms of content is only 3%. And that is if you consider pornography, you consider pornography, nyege nyege, you see, you consider anything in the whole of Africa, including even in Equatorial Guinea recently, Igongo, Baltazar. So all that is just 3%. So Africa contributes 3%. That is why integrating ICT in education is important for purposes of content. And this is also what Africa Union Agenda 2063 underscores. We need to integrate content, ICT, for purposes of content that comes out from Africa. So this is also something that we highlight so much in our introduction of the report. And then, now, I'm sure you're wondering what methodology we used. First of all, our methodology, first of all, this was a qualitative study. And data collection was mainly through key informants and focus group discussions. And then we actually reached out up to 40, we interviewed up to 40 people. Ideally, Dr. Viola, if I'm not mistaken, 30 people is good enough in qualitative studies. And when you read qualitative study literature, they will tell you any study between the region where you have respondents between the region of 25 to 50 is good. And that saturation usually happens at 30 respondents. So by the time, so we had all this in mind, so we reached out up to 40 people who we think is representative enough of the views of, and these are 20 CSOs. 20 CSOs, 40 respondents. Yeah, so we think this is representative of, it can act as a good microcosm to understand the entire picture of AI adoption among civil society organizations in central and southwestern Uganda. It may not be the case, and I think this was Brian Chanwat's argument, GIZ's argument, in the comments we received, because like I said, we've been getting comments. And one of the comments that we actually noted is that the 40 respondents are from central and southwestern Uganda. So this may reflect the exact picture of CSOs in central and southwestern Uganda, but it may not reflect the picture of other regions. Other regions might be different. So, and I think Brian, that was one of the comments, so I need to also highlight that. What was our, now, qualitative studies have approaches. And for us, mainly we were looking at, our approach was digital phenomenology. Now, digital phenomenology generally is about studying people's lived experiences. And then digital phenomenology is studying people's lived experiences with technology. And by the way, I had the benefit to read all the transcripts. That came out of this study. And it was so interesting, people narrating their experiences with technology. And that is why, for me, I think digital phenomenology, to me, I think was a good choice to anchor our study on. Because people will narrate to you how they use Meta, AI, how they have been using technology, just generally lived experience. And I think that is what we needed for this particular study. In terms of our analysis, every interview that was conducted had a transcript, which transcript was thoroughly cleaned, read through, coded, and we even used AI, by the way, for purposes of our transcriptions. We used AI to transcribe. We used AI to clean. But like someone asked earlier on, that what is the originality of humanity? I still remember that question. That what is the originality of humanity? So for us, our approach with AI tools in research is that mainly they are just supposed to assist in terms, but they should not distort the view of a particular respondent, which I think later on we shall talk as we go into the key findings. We had over 10 researchers, 2 of whom are PhD students. One a PhD student at MISA, Makerere Institute of Social Research, at Makerere University, that one which used to be led by Professor Mahmoud Mamdani. You remember the famous Stella Nyanzi? Yes, where she undressed from. Yeah. Yes, so, and then one is also a PhD student in public policy at Chambogo. And then our entire research team, some of whom I think you've seen around here. So we had a total of 10 researchers. In terms of findings, and this is very interesting. One thing is that we found that, there is a predisposition for people to think that emerging technology discussions such as AI must be in big cities like Nairobi, Kampala, that they cannot be happening in Mbarara. But this research finding is very interesting. That contrary to what people think, that these discussions are very sophisticated for grassroots, there is actually awareness and initial adoption of AI among even your CSOs. And 68% of the respondents, majority of whom who we interviewed, Yeah, 68% among the CSOs we interviewed were familiar, at least had heard about artificial intelligence. And among younger people, like Dr. Viola was talking about, that the drivers of technological adoption, sometimes younger people adopt even faster. So among young CSOs that we interviewed, young persons from the CSOs we interviewed, 80% actually of these actors in CSOs were familiar and already even using AI. And the most commonly used AI tools are ChatGPT, Meta AI, which you find on Facebook and WhatsApp. Others were using Gemini. There was one organization which was actually even had a chatbot embedded in their website. And this chatbot particularly helps in disseminating information around sexual reproductive health rights. And the chatbot is Youth Scroll. And some organizations were even using it, were using these AI applications for purposes of managing their social medias, for purposes of writing their reports, improving their reports, improving emails. And then the second important finding is around the recognition of AI's versatility. Most of the respondents actually acknowledge that AI is a versatile tool that can be deployed in several aspects of their work. And approximately 18% of the respondents were already using some of these AI applications across their work to improve their workflows, improve their digital communications, and also others were actually using it for purposes of proposal development, and then earlier on, like I said, to promote empowerment, like sexual health, reproductive rights. So organizations acknowledge that the adoption of AI, first of all, acknowledge the versatility of AI, but also acknowledge that its adoption can improve on their workflows. Relatedly, also, the organizations interviewed reported that those, especially those that had used AI, reported that AI improved on their productivity, organizational productivity, efficiency. They were using less time to release work. And one was even very extreme and said, I think I need to fire all my staff. I am not going to mention names because in research we don't mention names. But and I think that is where the savior, I think the same person who talked about that is the one who said, this is such a savior. Now I can fire and have less employees. Which issue we shall also talk about. But organizations genuinely said, recognize the impact of AI on there. And then others also said, when they use AI to enhance their writing capabilities. And others also, but there were also concerns around job displacement. And Others were saying that AI will displace people from jobs. And you know, these concerns are concerns that have been there since technology, since our journey with the technology. In the first industrial revolution, you said was around 1920s? No, 18, yes. Yes, the first industrial revolution. Now, there is a gentleman called Ned Ludd of the Luddites who formed a group called the Luddites movement to oppose technological adoption. He mobilized textile workers to oppose spinning machines. Actually, because saying that they are going to lose their jobs because of the spinning machines. And that is called the Luddites movement. When you find time and you read the report, we also cite that particular literature by Kirkpatrick Sell I think a book by Kirkpatrick Sell. And then also recently, if you watched Professor Noah Harari appear on GPS with Farid Zakaria, he was also talking about the same Ned Ludd. So concerns about technology and jobs have always been there. Have you ever come across a picture of mathematics teachers striking against the introduction of calculators? Yes, that was 1989. When calculators came, mathematics teachers started striking and saying that this is the thing that is going to make us lose our jobs. But have mathematics teachers lost their jobs today? So, meaning that actually our concerns, we are being human by being concerned about jobs. Because we see throughout history all these movements coming in, getting concerned about jobs. So it also emerged that the question of jobs is important, and we need to think clearly on how we are going to navigate AI and the question of jobs. And let no one lie to you, it's a very big issue. In a focus group discussion, which was also done here in Mbarara, there was a more positive picture on this particular issue by a team of young people in technology who said that while technology is capable of removing jobs, the same technology is also capable of bringing in new jobs. So that was also highlighted by a group of young people. And then a lot of training needs also came up. And these training needs is what has informed our training documents. People want to know how AI can be used for program purposes, how AI can be used to promote the various mandates of these organizations. Others were saying, for example, and I think we capture it in the report, where an organization was saying, in Fort Portal was saying, we want to know how AI can help us in addressing issues around climate change, real issues, which I think is the gist of this project, because this project is how to localize and leverage AI for purposes of attaining sustainable development. And then other issues was also the people were also concerned around rural inclusion, especially with already infrastructure and energy challenges. concerns were how do we avert a digital divide and include more people in the digital scheme or the digital economy. And then also other opinions that emerged is also how can we leverage local and regional collaboration to ensure that our digital journey is safe and smooth. And then the questions of digital literacy and content was also raised. And then people also recommended that there is need for multi-stakeholder engagements on AI. Because one thing is a policy framework is required, and that is the role of government. Also, the private sector has its role. Local governments also have their roles. And the various actors. So there is need for a multi-level engagement. But also, not only, but also in development, we should also avoid this mindset of saying that we cannot develop AIs. You see? So that is why they were saying in those developments are also important. For recommendations which have informed this particular workshop and our subsequent engagements, participants recommended tailored AI solutions for CSOs, like how, for example, someone talked about originality. I'll always refer to that. Why? Because if CSOs are using, imagine GIZ sends out a call for proposal. GIZ sends out a call for proposal, or any other organization sends out a call for proposal. And what happens is, you go to your ChatGPT and say, ChatGPT, write for me a proposal. That ChatGPT, I am Girl Power Center. Write for me a proposal responding to GIZ on sexual reproductive health rights, leveraging artificial intelligence. Then AI, ChatGPT will go, tap, tap, tap. In 1 minute, you have a proposal, right? Then there's another organization, I remember, SORAC. Is there an organization called SORAC? Yes, SORAC. Then SORAC also goes and says, ChatGPT, we are SORAC based in Mubende, write for us a proposal responding to GIZ's call on this particular. Then ChatGPT also gives. And then there is QUID. Is QUID here? Kabale, Women in Development. They are not around? They are around. Yes, then QUID also does the same. And then the proposals reach out to Brian Chanwat, who is the digitalization advisor at GIZ. And then he begins to look through, the language is the same. It is only Mubende and Kabale, which are different districts, and probably Kabarole. You see? So, which actually makes concerns around originality important. You see? And someone said, how then do we how do we then use artificial intelligence but do not end up writing the same thing? That's a big question, which is also some of the reasons why we are here. So during the next, today and tomorrow, we shall also look at how can we still use artificial intelligence and then retain our human originality. And I think tomorrow, is my session tomorrow? Yes, tomorrow I'll actually be handling artificial intelligence for research and proposal development. Because, and that is why this recommendation is very important, meaning we may also have to move beyond the AIs we already know. Isn't it? Because most of us know ChatGPT, Meta, AI, and we use it for proposal development, even research. And yet you may even have an AI like Insight AI, which will analyze for you your data. So our role here is to expand our AI horizon beyond what we already know. For example, do you know you can do literature review using AI? Perfect. Like we said, multi-stakeholder is important because there are other roles like infrastructure, which government, which falls within the domain of government, which was also recommended. And then the need to leave no one behind. For example, marginalized groups like youth, women, persons with disability. And we are happy to report that even in our sampling, we were purposive to ensure that all these voices are included. And then also the question of promoting responsible AI use. You know, AI is a double-edged sword. It can be for good, it can also be for bad. I'm sure you saw American elections, how Elon Musk sometimes was being represented as a woman. You know, AI can actually take my picture right now and change me into a woman. So meaning AI can also be used for destructive purposes. So how, yes, like of course misinformation, deep fakes, all those things. But for us, the question is, how do we use AI to promote responsible to engagement? And then also the question of peer learning is important. And from the report, you'll also find that peer learning is one of the drivers of AI awareness and adoption in this region. Someone will tell you, I heard from my friend that there is something new called ChatGPT, which I can use to make my work easier. So that peer aspect is also important. And so peer learning is also important, was recommended. And then how organizations were concerned on how do we use AI to drive innovation? How do we use AI to automate workflows, enhancing service deliveries? How do we use it to ensure inclusivity? So basically, that is the report, which I've condensed in 11 slides. And feel free to give your comments. Like I told you, we've also decided to make this particular convening and this session to also still continue to get more valuable feedback that we can use for our final report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Okedi, for that insightful discussion on the findings of Kampala Analytica. At this juncture, I will allow maybe 2 questions or supplements from the participants. Yes, let's have 2 questions from the participants in regards to Mr. Okidi's findings. Okay, I'll take it that the findings were elaborate. Oh, okay.
Mine will not be a question. Just to appreciate that what was collected in the field is a reflection of what has been presented and the key recommendations that are there and those learning events. I think to me, it is a true report of what was found out in the field.
Thank you for that question. Any other question? Supplements? Okay, let's have that for now.
Yeah, so I think basically that is that's our findings from the baseline. So this baseline is going to inform all our engagements regarding this project. We shall try to stick to the recommendations, and this particular baseline also informed this particular training, and that is why during the next today and tomorrow, you will be seeing that most of our trainings and materials respond to some of the views collected. And I think Marshall has sent already on your emails. Marshall, have you sent? Yeah, Marshall has sent to your respective emails training resources so that we can now begin to look at AI beyond what we already know, and then we can have these conversations so that by the end of our 2 days here, we can leave saying, yeah, I think we now know beyond ChatGPT, Meta AI, to other forms of artificial intelligence, which can improve our mandates, can make us better deliver services, and also make our workflows easier. Thank you so much.
Another round of applause for Mr. Okidi for giving us that insightful presentation on the findings of Kampala Analytica. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move forward to our next session. And our next session will shift focus to digital literacy, which is an essential competence for any organization seeking to thrive in today's interconnected world. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Marshall, who is a project lead and head of operations at Kampala Analytica, will guide us through this session, highlighting the critical skills and knowledge required to leverage digital tools effectively. Ladies and gentlemen, he will thereafter move to the exploration of digital literacy, whereby he will have a 15-minute interactive segment where participants will be able to explore the digital literacy handbook available in the Kampala Analytica library. And this will be an excellent opportunity to familiarize yourselves with the resource and pose any questions to any of the facilitators. Ladies and gentlemen, let's kindly welcome Mr. Marshall.
Thank you, Lorraine. Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, like she's just wait a minute. My name is Marshall Owaj, and I'm part of the Kampala Analytica team as the head of operations and digital strategy. I'm also the project lead for this particular project. So I've been directly involved in the project right from the ideation stage to where we are right now. From the discussions that have already been had, Dr. Nyakato, who has just left because she had something else to do, and the findings Chris Okidi has also just shared with us. I was also part of the research team that went to the field. And one of the things that kept coming up was digital literacy. So I've just shared some resources to your emails. These are resources we helped to help answer some of the questions and some of the needs that came during the baseline survey. It's a total of 4 resources. One is on AI literacy, the other is on digital literacy. There is one that is a comprehensive resource guide that has free short courses, thought leaders you can follow, tutorials, documentaries, all the resources you need to understand this subject deeper in one book of less than 100 pages. And then there is also one on digital communications. It mostly came out that most CSOs were using artificial intelligence for communications and social media. So we had to put together what we felt was knowledge that they could as well use in implementing their communication strategies. My presentation today is going to basically cover digital literacy in the 4th industrial revolution. It's going to cover the primary challenges faced by CSOs in promoting digital literacy. It will look at the foundational understanding of digital literacy within the context of the 4th industrial revolution. It will analyze the current global internet usage statistics and trends. The reason we approached that digital literacy resource we've shared from the global perspective is that, like Chris shared, it is evident that Africa only contributes 3% or even lesser to the content on the internet. So if you're to understand our context locally, you have to first understand it globally. So that's why we start these resources by looking at it from a global level before we zero down to Sub-Saharan, East Africa, Uganda, then we come to the South Central and Southwestern part of the country. We'll also look at government policies on digital literacy. We look into insight of how digital literacy is being integrated into education systems. We look into exploration of and the impact of remote work on digital literacy and the evolving digital economy. There will be a segment on the role of social media, We shall have discussions about the relationship between e-commerce and the necessity for enhanced digital literacy. We shall look at digital assets and cybersecurity. This is where cryptocurrency and blockchain technology comes in. Then chapter 9 looks at the strategies for ensuring safe internet usage and addressing associated risks. Then there are also approaches to combating misinformation and fake news as part of the digital literacy efforts. There is inclusion, digital literacy and inclusivity. Global case studies. The resource also has case studies of countries globally that have successfully implemented digital literacy initiatives, which all the other countries are now trying to benchmark on. And then it will close with the role of artificial intelligence in digital literacy. The reason we have to cover digital literacy first before we go into artificial intelligence or AI literacy is it's close to impossible to understand AI without being digitally literate. I usually equate it to, there are these restaurants that you go to and the food is there, but it's not yet prepared. So once you make your order, you have to give them like 20 to 30 minutes before they prepare your food. What they usually ask you is, do you want a starter snack as you wait for the main course? And in this context, I would say digital literacy is the starter snack for the main course, which is AI literacy. So you need to be digitally literate if you're to have any chance whatsoever of understanding and leveraging AI. Now, CSOs have encountered difficulties in adapting to the Industrial Revolution. All this has been highlighted by Chris, how digital tools play a crucial role in creating impactful narratives for CSOs, and how they can use digital tools to increase visibility and engaging audiences. And some of the key challenges they're also facing are, first of all, the distinction between CSOs and private sectors is CSOs prioritize advocacy and social impact over profit, meaning the approach is slightly tweaked. The end goal could be the same, but for CSOs, the approach is slightly tweaked. And then there are also complex struggles like difficulty resonating with digital audiences due to low technical skills. Some of the organizations I interviewed during the data collection phase, you could tell that some of them, they would have wanted to adopt, but they are not so familiar with computers and everything. So that's a very huge challenge. And then there are also limitations in tailored approaches. There are like a million tools out there you can use, but what good is a tool if it's not relevant to your particular need at the time? However effective the tool might be, it might not help you if it's not solving your particularly unique problem. So what is digital literacy? Digital literacy is the ability to effectively use digital tools, applications, and resources. Locally, most of us, I think, use the internet to only 10% of its ability. Most of us use it for scrolling on TikTok to watch dancing videos, sharing memes, WhatsApping people, social media, scrolling around. That's like 10% of the internet. The internet is way, 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 way much deeper than that. But being able to maneuver it to up to 70% is where you can finally say that, yeah, my level of digital literacy is at least up there. And digital literacy empowers individuals and organizations to thrive in the fourth industrial revolution, because the main component of the fourth industrial revolution is the digital revolution. So in order to be a big player in 4IR, you must be digitally literate. And of course, it enhances communication, efficiency, and decision making. For the global internet usage statistics, there are the current reliable, credible statistics show that there are over 5 billion internet users worldwide. And this indicates a vast, sorry? Oh. Oh, sorry. I'm trying to play. Yeah, these are the global internet usage statistics. There are over 5 billion internet users globally, and this indicates a vast online. Mobile penetration globally has exceeded 67%, highlighting the importance of mobile devices in accessing the internet. Even during the survey, we noticed that majority of the people access the internet through their phones. And in sub-Saharan Africa, which as a country, there is a significant accessing the internet specifically compared to developed economies. And globally, there is also a pressing need for tailored solutions to address infrastructure and digital literacy gaps in underserved regions. Speaking of government policies on digital literacy, there are a couple of countries globally which have been so successful and every other country is benchmarking on. One of the countries are Singapore and Estonia, which have successfully implemented digital literacy initiatives that are serving as models for other nations to benchmark on. India also has a digital literacy program called Digital India Program, which is focused on expanding rural connectivity and enhancing access to digital resources for underserved populations. This is, I think, the program that we in the sub-Saharan region really need to adopt. And the European Union also has the GDPR, which is a regulation policy. And for it, its main role is to safeguard digital environments, ensuring the protection of personal data. Sectors such as education have also been hugely incorporated into e-learning platforms and interactive curricula. This was mostly accelerated by the COVID-19 pandemic, and from there, there has not been going back to normal. One of the regional example of a successful digital literacy program, which I think is nearest to our reality, is Kenya's digital literacy program, which has also been really successful, at least for the African standards, in enhancing learning outcomes for students. All these programs are explained further and in depth in the resources we've shared, in the resource book I've shared on your emails. And the other component of digital literacy, which has become a really huge phenomenon, is remote work and the digital economy. There has been a significant rise in remote work as part of the global economy, and digital literacy facilitates seamlessly the collaboration across borders and supports the expansion of digital nomadism. Digital nomadism is a new rising phenomenon, especially among millennials and Gen Zers world over, especially in developed countries, Europe, the USA, Canada, East Asia. It's a phenomenon. Digital nomadism technically means Marshall has a remote job. Let's say with an organization in Kampala, his job is 100% remote. So Marshall decides to travel all over the world and work from wherever he's comfortable. He can work a week in Barara. He can go to Fort Porter and work for a week there, because almost all his work is remote and done digitally. There are particular countries at this very moment that have actually adopted further and have created what they call nomad villages. A nomad villages is like they gazette, let's say, a sub-county in Barara, and they build a village which has villas, spirituality centers, churches, yoga, nightclubs, gyms. They build a village where these digital nomads come from all over the world and work from there. They base there and work from there. They have gone even further to giving out digital nomad visas. Indonesia, even South Africa here, Portugal, Denmark, they are giving out digital nomad visas for those people who want to come and work in the country because they have more jobs. From a personal, very close story, I have a friend who was based in Canada. She had a remote job that was paying her $7,000 a month. But the cost of living in Canada entailed that for her to get a kind of slight-ish middle-class lifestyle or standard of living in Canada, over $7,000 a month, she had to spend $6,000 on rent, utilities, heating the house because of winter. So at the end of the day, she'd be left with $1,000, which $1,000 her auntie back in Chiriandongo, Masindi wants money for ABCD. She would end up saving at $2,000. She would end up saving $200 or $300 at max $500 a month from $7,000. Luckily, her job was made 100% remote. And the first thing she did was get a digital nomad visa from Indonesia. There is an island in Indonesia, Bali. It's like the Mecca of digital nomads right now. Everyone who identifies as a digital nomad, you have to go to Bali, like the Muslims have to go to Mecca. She relocated to Bali, and she was telling me that to her surprise, of the 7,000 she was earning in Canada and spending almost 6,000 on having a pretty standard lifestyle, in Bali for $1,000, she was given a villa that has 4 bedrooms, a gym, a working room or office, and it was by the ocean. She was like, what's this? She said she'll never go back to Canada again. She'll only be going to Canada to visit her friends and all that. So we can see that the future of work is changing. The gig economy is emphasizing necessity to reskilling and adapt to these new opportunities. And millennials and Gen Zers are tired of formal jobs, so they're deciding to work remotely. A new report as well that was published, I think earlier this year, by the Los Angeles City Council. I think that's the KCCA of LA. They were saying that there is a huge problem with real estate, especially commercial real estate in their city, because the houses or buildings that were built or constructed to cater for offices, majority of them are remaining empty because most companies are going 100% remote. So remote work has become, in the developed countries, remote work is already a huge phenomenon, and for us we usually follow up. So meaning in the next 2, 3, 5 years, it's going to be a big deal already here. The other aspect of digital literacy that's covered in the book extensively is the role of social media. The role of social media platforms like Facebook, Twitter, TikTok have become essential tools for raising awareness and promoting civic engagement. I have a tech background, so immediately after university, there's an organization that gave me an internship. It was more of a tech role. I remember the office I was seated in, there was a lady, slightly older than me, 5 years-ish older than me. I asked her, what do you do here? She opened her PC, and her role was to create content and post on the organization's social media platforms. It had never occurred to me that someone's job can actually be posting on social media platforms. That was like 8 to 10 years ago. I asked her, what? This is what you're paid to do? For us, always calling social media just to follow football news and all that. That's when I personally gained interest in social media. And I remember I enrolled for a short course at Victoria University, a certificate in digital marketing, of which I've become well conversant with social media as a tool for communications or marketing and everything in that docket. And then social media is also a huge influence on public opinion. Social media plays a significant role in activism, and this is exemplified by movements like the Black Lives Matter, the George Floyd controversial saga, Me Too, which was more of a women advocacy kind of movement. And I think the latest and most relevant example can be derived from the just concluded US elections. I think, in my opinion, I would say that Elon Musk's purchase of X, formerly Twitter, played a huge role in Donald Trump winning the election. Because a media research report showed that 78% of the coverage of the campaigns on Kamala Harris were positive from the legacy media, CNN, NBC, New York Times, and 85% of what was covered about Trump was negative reviews, meaning there was a very big bias. And Twitter, after being purchased by Elon Musk, became like the only fair ground where anyone can say anything. Because when he bought it, he tried to uncensor all the people who had been already banned from the platform. The only place that Trump's campaign had a fair ground for them to put out their messaging was either on Twitter or long-form podcasts. Now there are podcasters all over the world who have millions of listeners. There's Joe Rogan, Lex Friedman, Tucker Carlson. All these people, some of them actually came from mainstream media and decided to create their own platforms on YouTube, Rambo, and X itself. So there's a huge transition in that social media is even becoming more relevant than the legacy media. But of course, it goes without challenges that the use of social media is accompanied by challenges such as misinformation and polarization, all of which is covered in that book extensively, how to mitigate that, how to be careful around that. That resource we've shared has, at least it covers almost everything. The other component of digital literacy, which we have to adapt to whether you want or not, is e-commerce. The statistics projected that as of last year, there was $5 trillion in the amount of trade conducted on e-commerce platforms globally, whether it's AliExpress, Alibaba, Amazon, even locally in Africa, Jumia, because Jumia is in West Africa and East Africa, all that contributed to $5 trillion. I think it shows how big the digital economy has become. And of course, digital skills are essential for entrepreneurs to successfully set up online stores and implement effective marketing strategies. So it also looks at consumer education because it's crucial for consumers to learn to navigate online marketplaces for safety and to make informed purchasing decisions. The resource also covers digital assets and cyber security. This goes into the definition of asset ownership, the impact of cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, Binance Coin, Coinbase, Ethereum, and NFTs, non-fundable tokens. It also looks at how crucial it is to manage digital wallets, because to trade in these digital assets, you must be familiar with blockchain technology, digital wallets, the marketplaces, the exchange places and all that. And it also covers cybersecurity and how essential it is for protecting both personal and organizational data. The resource book also in a certain chapter covers internet safe usage, where it addresses the risks. It looks at the key concerns of, like Dr. Viola, someone asked about internet addiction and all that, cyberbullying, privacy, it's all covered in that document. It looks at programs like UNICEF's internet safety initiatives that aim to foster responsible internet use. And it also looks at effective recognition and mitigation of online risks for essential empowerment. The other chapter in the book that it covers is understanding the impact and countermeasures of misinformation and fake news. Lately, they say false information spreads faster than facts, which can influence public discourse, political elections, and erode social trust. The book also gives a couple of tools you can use to fact check information you see online. Lately, whatever I see online, before actually buying or believing it, I have to make sure it's factual. Before I even have an opinion about it, I want to first make sure, is it true? So these are the tools I usually go to. There is one called Snopes, which I use a lot. And the book also looks at and emphasizes the importance of digital literacy to encourage responsible content sharing. It also looks at digital literacy and inclusivity, women, elderly, low-income communities. It also highlights some empowerment initiatives that have really done well globally. A program like She Will Connect. She Will Connect is a program that was funded by Intel. Intel is one of the major technology companies. The She Will Connect initiative was more of empowering women and young girls to also adopt technology and close the gaps, because the studies they were conducting were showing that there is a huge divide between women, young girls compared to men. And then it also looks at digital literacy as a crucial factor in bridging gaps for equality and promoting participation in the digital world. Then we go ahead and give more global case studies for digital literacy, which you can look into. You might not be policymakers, but it can inform, it can open a mind, it can ignite an idea in your own mind, an idea you can transition or make a project out of. So these are case studies we put together. I think there are 15 or more from Estonia's e-residency program, India's Adaha digital ID, which showcases innovative strategies for enhancing digital literacy, The nearest here is Rwanda's OLPC, one laptop per child. It was a very successful initiative by Rwandan government in association with NGO funders and the likes of partners. It was an initiative where they decided to give each pupil in a primary school a laptop for that year. And it has really improved their computer literacy skills among the young people whom they are trying to study up to the time they reach secondary school. I don't know whether they call it secondary school in their parts of the world as well, but the OLPC one laptop per child initiative is the nearest we have to our borders here, which you can benchmark on. The chapter also emphasizing on holistic strategies, successful digital literacy efforts involving the integration of policy, infrastructure, and education. And as the book comes to an end on digital literacy, you see now we are starting to go more into the role of artificial intelligence in digital literacy, meaning these two concepts can't be divided. They are, one complements the other, though the digital literacy one is like the foundational one, if you're to have a chance of understanding the other one better. So this section looks at AI tools in education, examples of AI applications you can use, ethical AI considerations, and the likes. And finally, it also looks into the future of emerging technologies and ethical considerations. This is where technologies such as 5G, quantum computing, and the metaverse come in. They are evolving digital literacy, where there is a critical need to adapt our digital literacy to keep pace with emerging technologies and their societal impacts. And of course, the ethics, which are highlighted quite a lot in that very resource shared. As I wind up finally, just a quick fact I forgot to highlight at the start. According to the Klaus Schwab founded World Economic Forum, which is an NGO and think tank that works with various partners all over the world, in 2020, during the COVID lockdown, they issued out a list of the top 10 most in-demand skills for 2030, meaning they were issuing out the top 10 most in-demand skills for the years between 2020 and 2030. We are now 4 years into that period. Of the 10 skills, 8 of them were soft skills: critical thinking, creativity, talent management, emotional intelligence, leadership skills. 8 of them were soft skills, and only 2 of them were technical skills. And guess which 2 skills were those? One of them was digital literacy, the other was AI and big data, artificial intelligence and big data. Meaning between 2024 and 2030, if you want to be relevant, or if you want to have a skill set that is so in demand for the year 2030, you should be adopting digital literacy and AI literacy and big data. Thank you. I think I'll leave it at that for now.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Marshall, for that insightful presentation on digital literacy. Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to use this opportunity to ask Marshall questions in regards to his presentation and the materials he has brought forth. Yes. So let's kindly have a few questions, insights, supplements. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you for the good presentation. I don't know, maybe as I read through these resource books you have given, as we say that we work in most rural areas where access to internet and electricity is still a challenge. Are there softwares whereby you can work offline on some of these areas such that you can get information or you can use it in areas where there is no internet? There was one which I saw, it was on collecting marketing information, whereby you could even use your these small phones, not smartphones, but you can access information. So are there also some of these offline software tools which we can use? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that question. I see we have another hand.
Thank you very much. My specific questions, I wanted to inquire how can implementing partners like Kampala Analytica support especially grassroots organization to access affordable software tools that they can use in such work like AI and social media or digitalization management within the organization. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that question.
Thank you very much, presenter, for that wide knowledge. My concern is how can someone leverage on artificial intelligence to detect fake announcements? I've seen pages, they look very fine. They post their conferences, meetings, but in actual sense, actually, they want you to pay the registration fee, and they are just smart guys who know how to manipulate the technology, and you'll never find them, only to find that the conference you have been pursuing for 3 to 4 months is actually fake. So those are some of the worries. Some of them announce also grants, but when you follow in details, you actually find out that thing doesn't exist. But they have like very smart websites. They put even pictures of humans. I don't know if they are AI generated human beings and their profiles. But how do we leverage on that same system to detect that fake announcement?
Okay, thank you. Let's have one more question, preferably for a lady, from a lady, yeah, for purposes of gender balance. Yes.
Thank you once again. I would just love to ask this outside, USAN and organization basis. I'd love to know how AI can be used in design, software design AI that we can use in things like, personally, I am a civil engineer by profession. So moving away from the normal ArchCAD softwares, the normal softwares that we know, what are some of those other softwares that are AI-based that we can use? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the questions. I would like to hand over to Mr. Marshall.
Thank you. The first question, if I noted it right, was about offline softwares. Yeah, there are a couple of softwares you can use offline, but they are limited to just data collection. Meaning, if you want to share the data, analyze the data, visualize it, you'll eventually need internet connection. So the truth of the matter is, digital literacy and AI literacy runs around the internet, just like motor vehicles are fueled by petrol or diesel. So the initiatives you've seen from the successful initiatives by other countries, for example, in India's rural electrification and internet access initiative, are the ones we in Africa are supposed to be solving first. Because without the internet, everything else almost sucks. Because even the very softwares you're talking about, nowadays there's what they call software as a service. You subscribe to softwares, you don't buy once and download. Even when you're buying, you'll need the internet. When you subscribe monthly, you'll only access it while on the internet. So, unfortunately, 80% of the time, you'll need internet connection, or even 90% of the time. For Bridget's question about software tools is, actually one of the booklets you've shared, the one titled Harnessing AI for CSOs, a comprehensive resource guide. Once you look into it, it covers tools for research, tools for design, tools for proposal writing, tools for scrubbing the internet for proposals relevant to the kind of work you do. We are going to look into those tools further tomorrow during the practical training sessions where particular facilitators will be demonstrating the tools live so that you can see how to go about these tools. And then on the use of AI tools for research, for misinformation, false announcements, yeah. The AI tools that are designed specifically to mitigate that. So you just have to know what to ask the tool. Like Snop, which is listed here, is a tool where I can just take a screenshot of whatever call it is and upload to Snop and tell it, hi Snop, do you think this is genuine or not? It will tell you according to my, because it searches the internet in 3-5 seconds. It will say, according to what I've searched, this could be wrong or false because I've found such and such complaints about it on Reddit, on YouTube, on social media. So those tools are already there. There's a tool which we shall go through tomorrow called Perplexity. Perplexity is like it's like Google Pro Max. It's like it does what Google does, but let's say you found that issue of a false call, you can go into Perplexity, get a link to that article, paste it in Perplexity and tell it, hi Perplexity, I've just found this call. I want to know whether it's true, false, or whatever it is. In 5 to 10 seconds, it will have responded to you 99% accurately because it's going to search the information which is already on the internet. Meaning if it searches and finds many people complaining about the exact call, it will say, no, this could be wrong because so and so and so and so and so are complaining about it. So much as there is misinformation on the counter, there are also tools which are specifically designed to counter that. Just like there are also tools which are specifically designed to detect when Chris was talking about Girl Potential Care Center writing a proposal using AI, 100%, sending it to Brian. If Brian is really interested, there is an AI tool that he can just paste that proposal in it and ask it, how much of this do you think was written by AI? And how much of it do you think was written by a human? It will just run its prompt and it will tell you from the text I'm seeing, 80% of this is AI written. So whenever you're writing such proposals, also you have to make sure you add a human aspect, because the average acceptable score is, if at least less than 30% of whatever you've written is AI and 70% is human, there Brian might say, okay, at least Bridget put in some effort and time and originality. And then about AI in design, I don't know, did you mean engineering design or engineering design? Architectural work? I'm not so well versed with architecture. I didn't like sciences, meaning I didn't like engineering. But I'm sure this the real question, the exact question you've asked me, if you asked Perplexity that question, Perplexity will give you a way better answer than I can give you. It will reference hundreds of articles, it will reference hundreds of resources. So as long as you know how to prompt it, I think Perplexity is the best person, quote unquote, to answer that question at this very moment. Thank you. I think I've finished all the 4 questions. Owen?
I think the reason why we have these conversations, you know, like Kampala Analytica, and I think also Bridget asked the same question. For the issue is, we should first of all see how we can locate artificial intelligence and digitalization within our social contract with the state. Because a state is a social contract between the citizens and the leaders. And that social contract gives rise to what we call social accountability. That am I getting what I deserve as a citizen? Is what is promised what I am getting? So, and when you look at it from that broad perspective, and then you factor in the whole question of AI and digital literacy, and then you place the actors and know who is a duty bearer, then I think that is where the role of civil society comes, to begin to demand or engage. Maybe demand is a rather extreme language, which I rarely use, but to begin to engage the various stakeholders on their responsibility. If it is the responsibility of government to provide services such as the internet, because the internet is becoming a human right, because lack of internet causes vulnerability, causes exclusion, and so we need to now begin as civil societies, to begin placing the internet within our advocacy efforts, in our programming, and it should not be business as usual. If government has a policy which is called the National Broadband Infrastructure, and government and other case studies, like already Marshall told you about rural electrification, which we also have in Uganda. So how then, as CSOs, can we begin to link these processes as part of our programming, social accountability engagement, so that we demand a better digital landscape which empowers the citizens? For me, I think let the approach be, how can we work together to begin, Beyond this practical training, tomorrow there's really going to be a lot of practical trainings. Personally, my own session is going to be practical trainings because, like for example, how do we retain our humanity even when we are using AI in research? How can we balance our originality with and the tools? That one we shall do. But beyond these practical tools, we have to confront bigger policy issues, such as, is there a policy landscape? Is internet access and internet rights? In fact, what we now has become to be referred to as the digital civic space, which I think grassroots entities should engage in. And this particular region, like I earlier on told you, when you look at very interesting studies, you've heard about Kabarole Research Center, you've heard about, there are very many organizations that appear in international literature in terms of how the innovations that come from this particular region in terms of civil society engagement. And I want to invite us to begin to now think that how can we are confronted with a fourth industrial reality, an AI reality. How can we locate this within our civil society engagement, within our civic engagement? And remember, elections are even coming. On Friday, I attended a meeting where the Honorable Minister, Norbert Mao, was talking at the Sheraton saying they are coming up with a law on electronic voting. And you know the role of civil society in ensuring electoral transparency. So how then, and you know civil society monitors elections, does all these things, all this programming, you monitor. Even tomorrow, someone will be talking about some of the social accountability tools. But the question is, how then do we leverage on this emerging digital civic, what we call the digital civic space to begin to engage? Me, I think it is the responsibility of all of us. And if we sleep on our role, then like someone said, society will be moving forward while we remain backward. Unfortunately, that will not be good for even society or us. It will actually be bad for all of us. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Okedi, for that insight. Ladies and gentlemen, our time so far has been well spent, and I believe we'll be having lunch in the next 10 minutes. But before we proceed to that session, I would kindly like to request that all participants, possible, could come forward and we take a group photo before lunch. Yes, so let's kindly move to the front, and then we'll have a group photo. And from there, you'll be free to interact, connect, network with the different people around as we proceed to have lunch. Thank you so much.
So lunch is how long? How long? No, I mean the entire span. The lunch break. So when at what time are we coming back?
Oh, the lunch break is going to be for about 1 hour, 10 minutes. So by 10 past 1 p.m., yeah, we shall be resuming.
Why don't we make it 2?
Pardon? 2. Sorry, I meant by 10 past 2 p.m. Sorry about that. Okay. We shall be proceeding with our next session, yes. So let's kindly move forward to take a group photo. Thank you. Okay, according to the photography expert, he says there are some lighting technicalities and constraints. So he has advised that let's kindly take the photo outside for a better result. Thank you. Yes, so let's kindly go and take that photo. Thank you. In understanding artificial intelligence's potential and limitations for civil society organization. So this session will lay foundation for tomorrow's practical hands-on activities and training. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Masher again to lead us through this important discussion. Thank you.
Some stretching or exercise. So much for some energizing. Maybe jog. Hi everyone, good afternoon and welcome back. Just like I had said earlier, like I had used an analogy of digital literacy being the starter snack and AI literacy being the main course. It's now time for us to go into the main course itself, AI literacy. And this presentation is also based off one of the resources we've shared that you people will have to access later on at your own peril. The resource is titled Understanding AI, a comprehensive guide to artificial intelligence, exploring the impact of artificial intelligence on society and development. So basically, this is going to be more about AI literacy. And to get right into it, it's the role of AI, the role of artificial intelligence in achieving standard development goals. So what role does it have to play? It supports achieving UN SDGs, playing a critical role in innovation. AI is vital for CSOs at the grassroots level. Most of us are actually on that level, enhancing their capability to distribute sustainable development. Then the book covers specifically for our region, just like it came out in the baseline study. We lag behind regional leaders like Kenya in AI adoption. And this highlights the need for increased focus on technology by our policymakers and the government itself. Then it also covers the fact that there is an urgent call for localized AI solutions to drive sustainable development in the country. In the introduction, it just goes through the evolution and impact of AI. As you can see, it goes into AI's transition, how it moved from science fiction to vital parts of our daily lives. It covers the development and progression of artificial intelligence over time. It examines the various AI applications in different sectors and industries. It discusses the effects of AI on society and its implications for the future. It also, the piece itself, the resource we've shared, is targeted for students, professionals, and concerned citizens interested in AI. I think 90% of us here are professionals in whatever we do. So this is targeted towards us. This is a book we need to look into to better our understanding of the concept of AI. And the purpose of the book is to provide you or us, the readers, with the knowledge necessary to navigate the complexities of and future of artificial intelligence. So chapter 1, what is AI? AI mimics human intelligence in machines. It's machines doing what humans are meant to do, only that now we have reached a point where the machines are doing it at a scarily more efficient way than some humans. We could argue that if I gave one of us here 30 minutes to write an essay, and I also used an AI tool to write an essay, I think 90% of us here can't write a better essay than an AI tool in 30 minutes. So it's mimicking human intelligence and doing it sometimes faster or better than us. The cores, the component cores that this chapter covers are learning, reasoning, that's logical deduction to make informed decisions, problem solving, and the importance of AI, because it serves as the foundation for innovations and reshaping various industries. As you can see here, it also gives the context from a historical point of view, like where did all... It looks at the milestones in AI development, that's significant advancements in such as machine learning, which involves algorithms that learn from data, neural networks inspired by the human brain structure, deep learning, which utilizes advanced neural networks from processing complex data, and modern AI explosion, which is the surge driven by various amounts of tools and data to use in these AI spheres. The core concepts of artificial intelligence are basically four or five, I should say. There is machine learning, and in machine learning, it's when algorithms are learning from and making decisions and predictions based on data. So you feed data into this machine, and depending on what people are asking it every now and then, it can, on top of producing answers based on the data you fed it in, it also learns over time, according to how you're counter-arguing it. Hi, ChatGPT, where is Mbarara City? It says, Mbarara City is on Fort Portal Road in Kasese. You're like, no, you're lying. Mbarara City is along Masaka Road. It has now understood that. When someone else comes and asks it days later, where is Mbarara City? It will no longer say it's on Fort Portal Road. It now knows that it's on Masaka Road. So machine learning, that's the concept of machine learning, literally. And then there is natural language processing, NLP. This is AI's ability to understand and interpret human language, kind of similar to machine learning. Robotics, automation, and physical tasks execution. Recently, there was Tesla, Elon Musk launching the new robot. He called it, I keep forgetting the name, but in his own words, he says that in the next 20 to 30 years, there will be 1 billion robots on Earth owned by individuals, and the cost of each robot will be between 20 to 30,000 US dollars, meaning in 2040 or so, you can purchase a robot if you want to, and it will do for you house chores, like the normal house chores you would actually pay a maid to. A robot will have to do that for you. So the robots are being tested to work as bartenders. So it's crazy where we are headed. The other core concept is vision systems. This is AI interpreting and understanding visual data. There are a couple of tools which some of the facilitators tomorrow will take you through. There is one predominantly, which is my favorite go-to. It's called Tableau. Tableau is an AI tool that you just feed data into, and it can develop for you automatically pie charts, line graphs, and all kind of that. It visualizes your data. And then there is also expert systems, AI mimicking human decision making in specific fields. Then it also covers AI's impact across various industries. That is how AI is revolutionizing diagnostics and enabling personalized medicine, improved patient outcomes. Automation of processes and data analysis are providing businesses with valuable customer insights and improving efficiency. AI in education, the development of adaptive learning systems is allowing tailored education experience that meet individual student needs. And speaking of AI in education, there is a new way of learning. Initially, they used to call it in-case learning. You learn something just in case you're to need it in the future. So you're at university, you taught this and this and this, you grasp a couple of information just in case you are to need it in the future. But now it has been replaced with what they call in-time learning. In-time learning is where you learn of something when it's needed, when it's necessary. I don't know how to execute a certain task. I'm told, hey, you have to execute this task. I've given you 4 hours. I used the first hour to familiarize myself with how to execute the task. And nowadays it's possible more than ever because of these very AI tools that can help you execute things you haven't been familiar of at all, but they familiarize you with it in an hour or 2, if you're really interested and willing to learn. And then it also covers the key ethical considerations and accountability that come with AI adoption. It addresses bias and unfairness, focusing on eliminating bias and ensuring fairness in AI decision-making processes. There has recently been a controversy with ChatGPT and Google, actually Google's Gemini. During the USA elections, when you go and ask Google's Gemini about Donald Trump, for example, it will tell you something negative. But when you go and ask, it will tell you, hey, he's a fascist, he's a white supremacist. When you go and ask it about Kamala Harris, it will tell you all the good things about it. So those who are politically affiliated to the right wing of the American politics who are not really happy with this. That's why most of them now have drifted towards Grok. Grok is the Elon Musk mimic of ChatGPT and Gemini. So Grok is kind of unbiased. It can try to be unbiased. Unlike Gemini, which is owned by Google, which they say Google is left-leaning, it funds the Democrats. So bias is still a big issue in the ethical realm of artificial intelligence. And then under the ethics, it also highlights the issues surrounding data collection, usage, and particularly privacy implications. Data is also a very sensitive issue right now, and data itself is a very big resource. Some people say that the next wars are going to be because of data. Then it emphasizes the importance of responsible AI deployment and governance to ensure accountability. And it also delves more into transparency. The sixth chapter covers AI and pop culture. This is representation in movies, how AI is coming into the creative sector. Last year, around August, we had TikTok. It was, I think, Sheraton, yeah, it was at Sheraton Hotel, where we were looking at the intersection between artificial intelligence and how it's going to affect the creative industry in Uganda. We gathered some of the most brilliant creatives, I would say, in the country. We had one of the best, if not the best filmmaker in the country, Lukman Ali. We had one of the best, if not the best rapper in the country's history, GNL Zamba. We had writers, we had a professor of art from Makerere University. We had intellectual property lawyers. The intent was to pick their minds and see what they think about the emergence of AI and the creative industry. And this is where this chapter as well, I think, leans a little into how AI is going into Hollywood, because it's often depicted in movies as heroes or villains, Terminator, Ex Machina. It also then looks at influence on public perception. Pop culture significantly shapes societal views and understanding of AI technology. Pop culture, which predominantly, especially us in the global south, we look towards Hollywood, and Hollywood is starting to influence our public perception, and all Hollywood's perception is influenced by AI, meaning either way, even if there is an in-between, it still comes back to us. And then for literature, literature provides philosophical reflections on the role of AI in society and explores its implications. Some of what Dr. Nyakato was talking about, looking at it from a sociology point of view, all that is covered in the book as well. Then chapter 7 looks into AI and the future of work. This is the impact of automation. I mean, automation is reshaping jobs and the entire industries, alternating the workforce landscape, demand for new skills. Like Chris had said, as some people are complaining that AI is taking their jobs, AI is also creating new jobs for other people. So it's about adapting towards what's coming up and what is already here. And then balance of new dynamics, there is a need to navigate the tension between job creation and displacement caused by AI. That is as well covered in the book itself. And then global AI policies and perspectives, leading countries in AI development. For us here, like I said, or like we all know, we are more on the receiving end. So usually we wait for what happens with the big boys, then it comes down to us. So this chapter looks at what countries are leading that sphere of the AI domain. And then there are highlights from differences in AI development and adoption around the region, Africa especially. And then AI policy frameworks. We also look into the challenges facing AI. One of the challenges being that current systems face significant limitations, including a lack of general intelligence and high operational costs, environmental concerns, some of these big data centers where all this data that AI feeds off is stored. You find like a very big, like 20 kilometers of just servers lined up for 20 kilometers. They consume a lot of electricity, So there is also an environmental concern starting to rise, which is a challenge to AI in development. And then it also tackles how AI is posing various risks, including the proliferation of deepfakes, misinformation, and numerous ethical dilemmas, and the need for interdisciplinary approaches, meaning AI requires collaboration across multiple fields. Like all of us here are professionals from different fields. What you do is not what I do or what she does. So there needs to be an interdisciplinary approach to tackle these challenges. And then AI's societal implications. This is happening very fast. I don't know whether it's me who spends a lot of time on the internet or social media, but AI has also changed some patterns in communication. The impact of AI on governance and human interaction has become significant, altering how we as a society communicate and connect. My favorite sphere of this recently has been meme culture. I'm a very big lover or fan of memes, and nowadays people are using AI-generated memes to communicate. It was this US election has brought a lot to light. There is a video meme. There's a video meme that really stood out during this election and went viral. Let me see if I can find it here shortly. Let me see if I can find it here shortly. It's a meme that was just by, I think, the funniest man on the internet right now, or the most active man on the internet right now. It was about the US election. Let me just play this. So Elon Musk endorses Trump, and this is how he announces his endorsement of Trump. And right now, he's spending a lot of time at Trump's residence called Mar-a-Lago in Florida. So some internet user was wondering and went to an AI tool called is it Clipped AI, and asked that tool, hi, Elon Musk is spending a lot of time at Trump's residence lately. Can you please generate for me a video of what you think Elon Musk is doing at Trump's residence, or what you think they be doing every other day? And this is what the tool generated. Yeah, like as you can see, AI is terribly or very fastly impacting and changing the way we communicate, and especially meme culture, because memes are one of the easiest ways to communicate to people, especially given the attention span of internet users. It's also essential to evaluate the benefits versus the risks of AI on societal governance to ensure responsible implementation. Then about the social equity concerns, it covers the critical need to address and access inequality in distribution of AI technology to promote social equity. Then localizing AI in Uganda. This is where this project comes in. The focus is on grassroots solutions. So the emphasis is on localizing approaches to ensure effective implementation of AI in Uganda. There are very many effective AI tools out there. But like we agreed or said earlier, it might not benefit you if it can't solve your tailored problem. I think I would compare it to swallowing malaria medicine when you're suffering from typhoid. So we need to make sure that we find solutions, or we build even our own tools that solve our own problems. Otherwise, for now, we are using the other tools of the other people, quote unquote, to solve some of the problems we have, which are kind of similar. And then we draw insights from regional leaders, especially Kenya, for their advancements and strategies in AI, providing valuable lessons for us in Uganda. And then for the unique challenges faced in Uganda is we face specific issues regarding awareness, capacity, and infrastructure that hinder our AI adoption. All this is evident in the research study we did. Exactly what is issued here is how it was captured in the research responses we got from all of you here. And then the role of CSOs in AI development. Right now, as CSOs, the most we can do is advocacy and awareness, which is a good start, I would say. Because some of these policies we are talking of politicians or policymakers coming out with these policies and implementing them, some of these policies are supposed to be demand-driven. They are brought up because someone or a big chunk of people need them. I think I was interviewing someone from, was it Kasese? And he said during the COVID lockdown, there was a spot in Kasese town, which was it the town council? I don't know that it's a municipal town. They put a Wi-Fi area in the city somewhere where people would just come and hang out there, use the internet, most of which were young people using it for TikTok and the likes of casual usage. But all this was demand driven because people were so idle, they needed something to do. That's how the demand made the city or municipal people set up this place. So on advocacy and awareness, it's a good start for us, or it's a good thing for us to contribute, because it will spark more conversations, and it will lead to demand-driven policies eventually. And then we as CSOs have to collaborate with policymakers to shape effective AI adoption, and then service delivery enhancement, where AI empowers CSOs to improve service delivery and enhance accountability. For the project we are implementing right now, everything is captured extensively or clearly or highlighted in the brochures we shared there. So this is just a summary of what is in the brochures or what is in the documents I've been sharing with most of you all this time. So finally, the call to action is we have to embrace AI. We have to continue learning. New tools come up every day. One of the resources we've shared with you is a resource book that has the best newsletters you can sign up for to give you updates on what tools are coming up. There is a newsletter I signed up for called AI Valley. They send updates almost every other day. But the tools they be sharing and what they can do on a daily basis, sometimes I even fear to open the email because it scares me of what's capable. So we have to make sure that we use continued learning. And then the vision for the future. When we adopt this, which of course we will, either we shall adapt later, but those who don't adapt now will eventually be forced to adapt. If we adapt, then together we can shape a future where AI benefits all communities. And as I close, I think on the instance of continued learning, one of the biggest challenges to self-teaching is discipline, like gaining the interest in this and really putting in time to learn it. But I think 90% of us here are professionals. We are not students anymore where we need to be forced to adapt some of these things. So we need to be interested in this by force and adapt to it by force if we want to remain relevant in whatever we are doing as professionals. Thank you, and the book is in the resources I've shared. I'll leave it at this for now.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall, for that beautiful insight and presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, in case there are any questions for Mr. Marshall, kindly raise your hand and a microphone will be availed. Yeah. Any questions for Mr. Marshall? All right, thank you. Since there are no questions yet, members, we are going to have an interactive session. And in this session, we'll have different civil society organizations come forth to share their experiences with artificial intelligence, the opportunities it has presented for them, both personally and in their organizational spaces. They'll also be able to elaborate on the challenges and the concerns they have with artificial intelligence. So we'll have a few representatives. And I believe the first presenter will be Mr. Nyakwojo Sam from Countryside Environmental Conservation, Uganda. Yes. So each speaker will take approximately 5 minutes. Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon, members. Nyakojo Sam is my name, from Countryside Environmental Conservation, Uganda. We have our head offices in Chenjojo, but we have a branch in Fort Potro, and we are working in Western region, especially the areas of Rwenzori. So our activities, we lay our hands on environmental conservation programs, and we are targeting the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, especially on climate change mitigation, adaptation, and resilience. So, on the issue of AI usage, we have used artificial intelligence in designing training models, because we deal with communities, especially the youth, because we engage and encourage the youth to embrace environmental conservation through different aspects, like waste management, development of new ideas on how to conserve natural resources. So we are designing training models in relation to EYIT models and TVET, so that we come up with comprehensive training models for the learners or the trainees, especially those that have dropped out of schools, the young ones who are marginalized and having other sorts of challenges. So we encourage them to come and they receive the capacity building. So in that process, we develop these training models using artificial intelligence, so that we devise on a very clear document which will drive us to achieving the goals. Another one is making reports. We develop reports and proposal writings. That one saves us time, because we have a lot of activities, engagement with the communities and other different aspects. So when we apply this information to AI and then it develops something very comprehensive, of course we do not conclude with that. We go through to include the other aspect of originality of Schumann. So, but that one helps us to save time. Then we use artificial intelligence in research. We deal with communities. We first go to do baseline studies to understand their challenges, to understand the situation, what we call situation analysis. So we use artificial intelligence to develop questionnaires and other documents so that we come up with the clear situation that is on ground. So this is what I can talk about on how we have used artificial intelligence. The opportunities, we have thought of different opportunities, and actually we have seen them in the societies we are working with. One of them is AI can address waste management crisis in our country. We deal with environmental conservation, but we have seen that AI pass in addressing the issue of waste management. And of course, you know people living in urban areas, you know how urban waste is really a problem. Then another one is research and innovation, because artificial intelligence will bring you the challenges that are there in the environment. So for you, it even can give you the ideas on how to go about some other problems that are facing the communities. Then the challenges we have limited expertise, especially for us in our organization. Of course, we use this ordinary expertise, but of course we need more. We cannot hide that one. We need more expertise in using artificial intelligence tools so that we encourage our communities in different projects. Then another problem is when we are dealing with communities, some of these communities may not be in line, especially with the gadgets to use, may not be in line with accessing or having a clear communication with our information, with our team to develop these prosperous activities. So you find youth who do not have access to internet. Some of them, they don't have smartphones. So it becomes a problem to make communication with them, especially when we are dealing with AI. Then we have language translation tools. They are also limited because some of these communities, they don't know English. So artificial intelligence, I think that's also a challenge because we are using, most of it is in English. So we need to, maybe artificial intelligence tools should also be having an option of language change, maybe into local languages. Then we have regulations and policies. Some of us do not know exactly what are these regulations put by the government, where maybe we deal with these tools, but to reach an extent, maybe we are breaking the laws without knowing. So there is more need to understand how these regulations are developed and how we should follow them, especially for the civil society organizations. Then infrastructural deficits, especially the unreliable power, connectivity, and internet. Especially you might find even when you are in town, in some areas, urban areas, you may not easily access internet. So internet becomes a problem, and sometimes it becomes costly for us to always access the information that is needed. So recommendations, as I wind up, we should improve technological infrastructure. This goes to the government at the same time with the concerned entities. Then we have to develop robust regulatory frameworks, especially on ethical guidelines, to make the communities trust these AI tools in terms of security, in terms of fairness, privacy, and all that. Because people may fear to give out their information, and some of them, they may fear that the machine is talking with you. Maybe there's someone behind and taking your information. They don't know what tomorrow will bring. So we need to create more capacity building on that. Then we need to increase civil society organized partnerships, so that when the government is developing these regulations and rules, they need to be aware of what is taking place on the ground. And of course, we are the people who are on ground. Even we are on ground more than the government, because we deal with the communities. So this part of developing policies and regulations should involve civil society organizations for us to be having a very fine environment on how to develop our projects. I stop here and I thank everyone for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nyakojo Sam, for that elaborate discussion on application of artificial intelligence in as so far as different civil society organizations are concerned. Yes, so that was Mr. Nyakojo Sam, and he has shared with us his experience as an organization, that is Countryside Environmental Conservation Uganda. So the next speaker to share their experience with artificial intelligence is Miss Lillian Sanyu Keburungi Samantha from Unite to Save Nature. Yes, kindly give a round of applause as she comes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Like my name has already been said, I'm Lillian Kebirungi Sanyu Samantha, and I'm here today to represent Unite to Save Nature, what for us we call USAN. USAN is all about promoting environmental and nature conservation for improved people's health, wealth, rights, and gender fairness for sustainable development. At USAN, some of the activities that we're involved in, one of them is community awareness. We do community awareness trainings on conservation of the environment. We also do sensitize people about the climate change issues that are troubling them. We are also focused on sustainable farms, is what our CBO is all about, making sure that our communities are in a much better position to handle such issues of climate change, issues of things like deforestation and all that. And some of those that we have gone ahead to work on are teaching people about recycling, using of recycling material, using of plastics, to recycle plastics, less working with things that degrade the environment. But we also do cross-cutting activities like human rights and gender youth rights. We also partner with other organizations, RHU, SRHR, to look at issues like SRHR, the sexual reproductive health rights, human rights, and HIV and AIDS. Well, we've been using AI applications, especially, and softwares especially, and most commonly, ChatGPT. And it's really been helpful, especially in terms of research. Most of the research on the current global changes, climate changes, have been so much more better, and we've gotten them at a faster rate, because of ChatGPT, since it's time-saving and it isn't it isn't the rate at which we get this information. So we've also been using AI for data questionnaires, developing data questionnaires as we go into the community to do data collection. It's really been easy for us because AI is going to bring for you a whole format, and sometimes when you don't prefer that format, you can either use to another version. If it is not 4.0 mini, it is another one, and it can always bring for you another response. If you don't like the response, you're like, that's a bad response, I need another one. So that way, we're able to compare and also put in our input. It has also been helpful on making presentations and reports. Personally, even as I'm here, I must say I had to include AI as I'm presenting, in some of the things that I'm saying. I had to also refer there just to check in for if what I'm saying is proper or in line. But then also a tool or a function on the AI tool that has really been helpful, especially this being a community engagement or a community-based engagement, is the aspect of language. We've been able to, with AI, you can actually put in a language that you want to use, or some things that may not be interpreted in English, that you may not be able to interpret very well. If you used your own way or in your own language, AI can actually interpret it that way. It can put for you a whole document in the language that you prefer. And in Rotoro, it's been really helpful that some of the times, especially the communities we go to, these people, some of them are not able to understand English, some of them are not able to understand what we are saying in English. We're able to develop these questionnaires, some of them in Rutoro and Runyaktara. The benefits, those are some of the ways I've been using AI. Benefits, so the question was the benefits personally and as USAN. So as USAN, I think those are some of the benefits that I've mentioned, but then also in our activities, in our mission and what we look forward to achieving, AI has helped us with improving predictions, especially with climate changes. It is able to look at the current state and predict the change, the climate change that is going to be happening, or the weather changes that are going to be happening in a few months from now. So even as we go there into the communities and we are talking to these people, we are advising them on the season changes, because as they're farming, sometimes with the current global changes of climate, the way they are happening, it's so not easy to determine whether the season we're in is for actually planting or it's for this and that. So with AI, these predictions have been a possibility. And also in the aspect of forestry, we've also, AI has provided information that has enabled us educate and sensitize the communities better in terms of providing eco-conservative ways of preserving forests, proper land use practices, and so much more. So that some of these things we may be, we've been having our own particular, from different research, and also the way how we've, life has been changing. We've been having our own perceptions, but AI has a way of opening us to even way more other ways of preserving the environment and conserving the environment that we've been able to put out there to people. Some people don't know certain farming methods, certain conservation methods, but due to this research tool, we've been able to portray that onto them. Challenges. The number one challenge has been data privacy. That is, I'm sure most of us are having that as a challenge, and it's not easy for you to, the privacy is not guaranteed. Like, we are not guaranteed whether the data that we're collecting is actually protected, because this is people's data. And then of course things like spam, people have been scamming others over, these kinds of tools. Then also the competition for us, it hasn't really facilitated the competitiveness, because you see, like you said, what I will put on my what I'll present, someone else may present it and another person may present it, because we've all used the same tool. So the competition, you find that when they are rating us, I'm not going to stand a chance that much, because I've literally used the same thing someone else has used, it's like the same information. So we're not having that broad kind of exposure to particular information that may be different, or formats that may be completely different, so that we have the element of uniqueness. Then it's also hard to change the information. Sometimes, using AI, it's sometimes very hard to change the information in the most suitable way that the people in the communities may be able to perceive it. Then the biggest challenge has been internet. The youth that we reach out to, even the people in the communities, leave alone the youth, the rate at which people have the knowledge or the information about AI, the information about even technology generally is very low. But yet, even the internet, availability of the internet or accessibility to internet by people is also very, very low in the communities. But worst of it all, the adaptation to these tools is the biggest challenge, because as much as it was explained that we have different adaptation levels, and you find the majority are laggards, the majority are in actually late adaptation levels. So you find that even when you introduce this tool to people as a research tool, some people will still hold back onto using it. So those have been some of our challenges, and with all that, I would like to thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you for listening.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Lillian, for highlighting the application of artificial intelligence in your personal and organizational space. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker, who will still be presenting on the same, is Mr. Mugera Swabir. Hope I pronounced that right. And Mr. Swabri is from Girl Potential Care Center. Yes, let's give him a round of applause as he comes forth.
Hello, everyone. I'm called Mugera Sobri. I work with Girl Potential Care Center, and I'm going to present about my experience with artificial intelligence and how it has helped us as a team at Girl Potential Care Center. I'm going to start with my experience personally. I'm a computer scientist, and my first time to interact with AI was in 2017. Yeah, it's still very far, but I was at campus, and Google had introduced a tool called Dialogflow. Dialogflow would help like people who are somehow or have a knowledge about technology would use that tool to prepare a chatbot or to develop a chatbot. You would feed in the information. For example, you give it what they used to call intents. You would say, if somebody asks you this, you should reply them with this. If somebody asks you this, you should reply them with this. You didn't have to give it a lot of information, because for it was meant to help people, like on social media, on Facebook. People were using Facebook mostly those days, because it was 2017 and OTT was not yet introduced. So someone would make a page on Facebook, and then after making that page, he would start posting the photos. But maybe if it's a sales page, somebody is selling, let's say things like pens or books, you would go in the inbox to ask about that specific product. So we would prepare that chatbot. If somebody comes and asks maybe how much are the books, so that chatbot would have to look out for a specific word. For example, if you be like, if somebody says a sentence with the word how much or with the word something about much, the chatbot would assume somebody is trying to ask for a price, and it would send you a list of products with their prices. So in that way, even if you are not always on your Facebook interacting with customers, that chatbot would handle customers for that time. Even if it didn't have a lot of knowledge like the way ChatGPT is today, like if you would say something that is out of context, that it doesn't have an intent for it, it will bring you something else like, I didn't understand. Are you trying to know this? A list of products that you want to know. So at that time, I was still at campus, and I would meet some businesses and make some money, building that small thing for them, and then they would pay you a small money. But then in 2018, OTT came in, and business got somehow interrupted. But still, those chatbots can still be used today mostly in websites. Sometimes people have websites and they have a chatbot that replies people what they want to ask. And also, time came and I met Bridget. I must have met Bridget before that, but I met Bridget and we applied to have a startup called Youth Scrollog. It was a online magazine that was supposed to help young people understand more about sexual reproductive health. But that magazine had a specific information, and where there is information, people always have questions or they want to know more. So we developed a chatbot on that platform that if somebody comes to read Youth Scrollog and maybe they have a feedback or they have a question or they have an input, they would interact with that chatbot, and every time somebody types something, that information would be captured in the database, and if maybe we want to reply to those people, we can go back and reply to them. That was our time. We started using AI, it was in 2019? 2021, yeah, it was 2021. That's when we developed and launched the Youth Scrollog, and it was a wonderful application, and we were able to interact with very many young people, and we even saw people who would come in maybe to just appreciate, who would come in maybe to relate to what the magazine is about, or to different topics that we had posted. And with that information that we used to collect using the chatbot, it helped us even build girl potential more, whereby we would understand that young people needed something, maybe young people need something like this, and we would come up with a new project about a new project that would also implement as Girl Potential Care Center. And today, we not only use AI for maybe just this, we have, as we're evolving, AI was also evolving, and today we are using AI more in maybe in our workflow. If we want to prepare a small proposal, we use ChatGPT to research and maybe which information we are going to use, how is the information we're going to be presenting related to our target clients, how is it, if there's any maybe challenge that you're going to meet, so that you can know if there's somebody who has faced this challenge and how did they go through it, or we have been able to use AI to come up with solutions and different strategies to approach different tactics. Sometimes we are a small team, and us being a small team, that means that small team has to deal with a lot of workflow. And AI has come to help us in that, because you might find we have somebody who is an executive director, and she is also working as a human resource, and is also working as the maybe an administrator. So if I'm a human resource and I have to prepare an interview for maybe a staff, but I also have a report I have to rate. I also have, let me assume, maybe also have a proposal to prepare, and I have a meeting I have to attend. That is a lot of work. And in order for me to prepare an interview, I'll come to maybe ChatGPT or BAD or something, and be like, hey, help me prepare an interview questionnaire for let's say an administrator. I need to prepare it, and it'll be like, also help me come up with the information about menstrual hygiene in Africa or in Uganda, and then it will give you that information, and then it will help you to bullet out the things you're going to talk about in a meeting, prepare the interview you're going to have, and you find yourself doing all that work of more than 2 or more than 3 people as one person. That is how AI has helped us work as Girl Potential Care Center. And with those few words, I request you to allow me to have a seat. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that elaborative description of your experience with artificial intelligence in your personal and organizational spaces. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, from the experiences the different speakers have brought forth, artificial intelligence has been shown to have a number of opportunities, and its applicability has been able to extend to different spaces. The first speaker talked about environment, the other one talked about human rights, the other talked about, artificial intelligence in the space of personal profiling and preparing for things like interviews, yes. So at this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be having a rapporteur reflection and audience engagement, which won't last more than 10 minutes. But because I'm also the rapporteur, I'll be able to give a reflection, and we'll then proceed to the audience engagement. So, as earlier stated, today's theme was building foundations in artificial intelligence and digital literacy for civil society organizations. We had a number of objectives for today's session, one of which includes introducing participants to the importance of artificial intelligence in driving the standard development goals, which I believe was addressed by our keynote speaker. And then in this session, we had an objective of presenting key findings from a baseline study report on AI adoption and readiness among civil society organizations. And this was addressed very well by Mr. Okidi Christopher. And then also we had an objective of providing an overview of digital and AI literacy as an essential skill for modern civil society organizations, which I believe was well addressed by Mr. Marshall. And this was for purposes of laying a good foundation in as far as the practical sessions for tomorrow are concerned. So ladies and gentlemen, I believe we did cover all the objectives that we intended to have today. And we also had an interactive session, as we have just had, for purposes of promoting collaboration and peer learning through focus group discussions, and then also giving the opportunity to participants to share their experiences. So ladies and gentlemen, before we officially close today's session, I would like to hear your feedback on today's session. How has it made you feel? Do you feel you've learned something? Yes. So I'll leave that to different participants to tell us about their experience. Yes. So yes, let's have different participants tell us their experience of today.
Thank you so much, our today's moderator. What I can say, today's session has been awesome and engaging. Only that it was not hands-on, and we expect more tomorrow hands-on. So again, what I can say, I have learned more about the foundations and the basics of AI, as well as digital literacy. Then, what I can say, artificial intelligence is the most important thing that we need in life as civil society organizations. Like at our organization, Key Corruption out of Uganda, we use AI to analyze some report that we normally collect from the field. For instance, you can use AI, you take a picture of a building, like if we are in monitoring contracts, public contracts, we can take a picture of a certain school, then you upload the picture in AI, then the AI can analyze for you that picture and it tells you what's wrong with that picture. It tells you, it gives you a report about that picture. So, and in the process, it simplifies everything, it simplifies work. Again, we use AI in content creation. Personally, I have been using AI in content creation. I have earned a lot of money out of creating content, but AI, it depends on how you use AI. So some people, they think AI, maybe when you use AI, you don't know, you don't have you don't know how to write. But it also depends on how you command it. The way you phrase your question, it's how it gives you the answers. It's how it creates for you that report that you want. So I request everyone that we embrace AI because it is the way to go. Actually, we have been using AI, but people don't know. We use Google. Google has an element of artificial intelligence. Look at Google translators. It has an element of AI. But when you talk about AI, some people think it's only ChatGPT, it's only question AI. But when you look at even in hospitals, they use the robots. The robots are coded using artificial intelligence. So when we are talking about artificial intelligence, let's not look at only ChatGPT and question AI. We also look at other applications that we normally use to do our work as civil society organization. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, sir, for that feedback. Yes, is there anyone else who would like to give feedback on today's session? You looked at me in a very suggestive way.
I was just smiling. Thank you so much. I think for me today, it has really exposed me to so many opportunities, learning from different speakers, that there are really many opportunities, but also challenges. But we are ready to embrace it as an organization. At TRAC, we are slightly young in this AI, because personally, I just learned recently about most of these particular tools. And I've used them well because most of my reports have been coming up. Of course, when I've been sending to donors, they've been appreciating. Like, usually they would send back, feedback. But this time I would send a report once, and they would be appreciating it, using it. Because, it's about garbage in, garbage out. But for me, I would use it very well. I learned how to use it. I would even be able to cast the number of words. And before, I didn't know that. So anyway, I've learned a lot, and I hope tomorrow I'll be able to learn more. But I appreciate you so much, because I know this will take our organization at a higher level in terms of producing quality work. Also, when I visited America during the International Anti-Corruption Conference, there's a tool which they displayed for conducting red flags, like trying to see the type of red flags during the accountability work we do. So this tool, they were putting, like in Ministry of Finance, if they wanted to know which particular department has maybe a higher risk of maybe corruption, they would just use that AI tool and put it in there. Then it would be able to analyze the data and then bring up which particular agencies government should maybe really look at. But then in my mind, I had not really understood what was when I was there. But now when I sit back and I think about that day, I look at those particular things and I want to see how this AI can also enhance our workers, anti-corruption coalitions, because there are different things we do. We have a lot of data, we have a lot of work we want to find out, like we have procurement, we have a lot of accountability. The IG is also producing different reports. But so we need like a tool, I don't know if they are there anyway, I'm here to learn, which we could also use to enhance our anti-corruption work, so that we're able to analyze this data and simplify it and be able to share it with also our grassroots monitors. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that elaborative feedback. Okay, let's have one more person give feedback, then we'll proceed accordingly.
Thank you very much. Once again, I'm Muhammad from Sorak, Mubende. I will not repeat what others have said. This is the feedback I can give. One, today's work has challenged me to the extent that we should change immediately. Two, I've also learned that there are so many opportunities we are yet to explore, which have been missing because of our inability to use AI. Three, today I've networked with about four or five people, but the most important of them, I've had a conversation with the ED, one-on-one, which was very useful. Actually, I informed him that I had earlier even submitted a concept indicating that we shall partner with Kampala Analytica. I've already shared that concept on his email to do a project with them. Again, time has been well managed. We have had no incidents of people yawning or saying we are hungry, let's go for lunch. Lastly, I love the presentations from Marsha and the ED. Marsha, I enjoyed those people dancing. ED, when you made the presentation, actually, even if you had stopped at the first slide, actually, you gave me that technique. The first slide was almost explaining the entire. Actually, when you took much time on the first slide, I thought you were going to say, that is the report. Actually, it was the report. In the future, I may emulate or copy you. I just present the introduction on the first slide, and then I tell people, the report is done. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I loved your presentation.
Yes, thank you so much for that elaborative feedback. At this juncture, allow me welcome back Mr. Okidi Christopher to give closing remarks. Thank you.
Lorena was asking, has everyone finished presentation?
Yes, the presentations are done.
Okay.
Unless
any comment or feedback, maybe before we close? Oh yeah, Kayondo is here. Help me pass over the mic. Is Kayondo here?
Okay, thank you very much. Allow me to talk when seated here. Today, this session, it has made me realize what I have never realized. When they introduced to us AI during the research, when they interviewed us and gave us this AI, I have been using it, doing small things, right for me to maybe to analyze some letters. I'm sending letters and want to analyze it for me. It has improved. The first time I used it, it improved my English vocabulary. I talked like someone really. The thing made it very. Someone I wrote a letter said, James, are you the one? He said, yes. Now, after I told him, I said, are you not aware about AI? It can improve our vocabulary. Now, today, I have learned that this AI, we have been complaining of limited staffing. If we apply really very well this, it can solve some parts where we need the staff. AI, you can please read, it can improve for you the work and you present a well-organized work. Then another thing, I was worried mostly that about the originality of humanity. In this report, they have made it that this AI, it is not to take your brain. It is there to assist you only. So really, thank you. I have enjoyed this session, today's session very much, and I hope to enjoy it more and to learn more tomorrow, more especially on practical, so because more especially on how to keep it, because when you are, we need also to look on the side when it makes the work a load. For example, when you keep it, you keep the information there, you find the memory gets finished. So I know with that, I think I have learned more and I will learn it more tomorrow. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. James, for that feedback. Okay, yes. So let me hand over to Mr. Okidi. Okay, yes, there is a small announcement. We do hope everyone has signed. There is a form moving around. Mr. Richard will be able to guide for those who haven't yet signed. Yes, so Mr. Okidi will give closing remarks, but possibly he will give us some pre-guidelines for tomorrow's session. I believe it's going to be practical, so he's going to maybe elaborate on which appliances are needed and aspects like that. So allow me hand over to him.
Thank you very much, Lorraine. I think let's give Lorraine yeah. Oh, is that enough, really? Yeah, thank you. Lorraine has done a wonderful job. Like I told you, our moderator, if we had known earlier, we would have told our moderator when he was supposed to have a child, so that we first have this event go on well. But either way, Lorraine was a very dangerous substitute. I was actually talking to Canary during lunchtime. He was asking me, how are things moving? I said, we have a very serious female Canary Mugume here. Yeah, very dangerous substitute. Standby generator, like Masha is saying. Yeah. So thank you so much, Lorraine. You did a wonderful job on short notice. I also want to thank Marshall. Marshall, by the way, is the face of Kampala Analytica. I'm sure most of you are seeing me for the first time, because all the time it is Marshall. Even me, sometimes when I'm asking about Kampala Analytica, sometimes when I'm not sure, I'm asking Marshall. Marshall, what are we doing? What is happening? Yeah. So that tells you he's a very competent person to lead this project, and also to, in terms of running the operations of Kampala Analytica. Marshall, I didn't tell you, Marshall has an IT background. That's why you see he also grasps these issues of AI quite well. Yeah, and I also want to thank in a special way. You know, I came in the morning, my bag is actually still here. But when I came in the room, I already found some participants in the room. I just want them to stand up for recognition. I think they deserve a very special appreciation, because I am amazed by that kind of discipline. And I think they are seated on this table. And some of them, I think you stand up for, yes. Exactly. And you know what the time was? It was actually 7:30, 7:36. It was actually 7:36 when I walked in here and I found them seated. Yeah, but I was so much impressed. I was so much impressed, and I made it a point. I said, when I am closing my remarks, I have to recognize them, because they set a very serious example for even us, by the way. Imagine organizing an event and being received by participants. Imagine. Yeah, so meaning also us as Kampala Analytica, tomorrow we should challenge people to be the very first people in this room. And I also want to thank the team at Kampala Analytica. Joaquin is over there. I told you if you have financial problems, she's the person. If you don't ever receive any financial communication on your phone, and do not crucify me, you know who to. Just go and arrest Joaquin. And then maybe on the side of GIZ, Rita is also there. You can even arrest, yeah, the two of them. I also want to, in a special way, thank GIZ. I want to, first of all, tell you the story about this project when I am thanking GIZ. Kampala Analytica, actually, I'm also going to tell you a story how Kampala Analytica was founded. Now, during COVID, most of us used to work with Godba Tumushabe. I was a consultant sometimes with GLIS. Marshall was a full-time employee at GLIS. Our AI advisor, who you will see tomorrow, Alban, he also works at UBOS, in charge of data at UBOS. But he's also the AI advisor at Kampala Analytica. He's going to be here tomorrow. I'm sure he's already in town. So Alban was also working at GLIS. So at GLIS, COVID comes, and then we all sit down and say, we have been doing think tanks, because GLIS is a think tank. For most of you who know Mr. Godba Tumushabe, he also founded a big think tank called ACCORD, Advocates Coalition for Development and Environment. Yes, so when COVID came, because we are young people, and then we said, a think tank post-COVID must take digitalization head on. And so that is when we tell Godba and say, you see, we shall still continue supporting you, but we are also going to start a think tank that will respond to the fourth industrial context, which was a reality that COVID brought. And you know, during COVID, even government itself was trying to sell their services digitally. And some people actually argue that COVID was very catalytic in transitioning our societies into a full digital society. And so the question then would be, what would be the nature of civic engagement in the fourth industrial revolution? What would then think tanks have to do in the fourth industrial revolution? What about NGOs? So those considerations and discussions is what brought the whole idea of Kampala Analytica. And up to now, we are still housed at our parent think tank, which is the Great Lakes Institute for Strategic Studies. And we always appreciate them for always ensuring that an idea like this can thrive. Now, when OpenAI launched ChatGPT, particularly ChatGPT-4, that became the very first activity of Kampala Analytica. We organized a special symposium which was graced by several people, including the Minister of Justice currently. Was he already minister then? Yeah, I think he was already minister. And we organized, Action Aid came in immediately, Akina Mama Africa, and many well-wishers, including Gliss, came and said, this is the direction of civic engagement. So let us support you to have this succeed. So our very first talk was ChatGPT-4, generative think tanks and the knowledge sector in the age of generative and disruptive AI. Why we use the word disruptive AI was because ChatGPT came and people were just hearing about AI. What people were saying, this is such a disruption. And so we wanted to have a very distilled conversation on that particular aspect. So we had very distinguished speakers like Dr. Makuve from Tanzania. We had Gliss. We had the Minister of Justice. We had the National Youth Council. And there was a debate competition where there was a team that was led by Mao and a team that was led by the chairman of the National Youth Council into a debate of whether AI, what was the title? Yes, whether AI, something like that. You know, remember those debates of fire? Whether fire is good or bad, those kind of things. So we had a very interesting debate. Now, to other people, when they were again following, people were saying, what are these people talking about? What is ChatGPT for? Because people had not even heard about ChatGPT. So people now started to hear about ChatGPT, Google ChatGPT, and then they actually understood the functions of ChatGPT. Now, we held that event at Motive, at the industrial area. And then a few months later, we were invited by the Internet Society of Uganda to curate the session on artificial intelligence. For the first time, they were talking about artificial intelligence at the Uganda Internet Governance Forum at the Sheraton. And we also curated that event. It was very successful. And then we continued. This year, actually, we were the ones who curated the session on AI, artificial intelligence at the East African Internet Governance Forum. Now, why I am appreciating GIZ specifically is because when we sat in a meeting with GIZ, in an ideation meeting, GIZ opened our mind to something that I'm sure all of us in this room are grappling with. Because all of us are now saying, AI is here. It is here to stay. There are, of course, people fighting it, but I told you about the story of Ned Lud and the mathematics teachers who were against the computer. Several years down the road, mathematicians are coexisting very well with the calculator. Also, several years down the road, textile workers continue to work side by side. Yes, so there is a way humanity has a way to work. With the reality of AI, all of us are asking ourselves that this thing is here to stay. And how are we going to navigate it? Most of us are struggling genuinely. In fact, if you're not struggling with it, then I may need to meet you and maybe you help me. Because these are things we are confronting, that the future of humanity. Because this AI we are talking about, I'm sure you know these are very basic AIs. AI, advanced AI is yet to come. Marshall showed you a video of robots, but there will come a time when there are robots all over the place, and then we shall actually have to, you'll go in a restaurant and you're served by robot. You'll go, these are things that are coming, being futuristic, these are things that are coming. The question then would now be, people, maybe in 20 years from now, we shall meet at Igongo again, talking about citizenship for robots. By the way, the world is moving at a very fast pace that you cannot no longer discount anything. Now, what GIZ helped to open our minds and also to address our fears was the simple fact that you guys, these conversations are also very necessary at the grassroots. Now, usually people think conversations like this should happen only in boardrooms in Kampala, like we were doing. But I can assure you, analyzing the data collected from the baseline, for me, as someone who interacted with all those data in terms of analysis and writing the report, I am very hopeful that we are going to, together, we are going to manage this evolving civic space, digital civic space that involves artificial intelligence. Because one thing I found is that already we already have the necessary tools. Some organizations already had small scale adoption. Now, in the language of civil society or in the language of academia, someone will look at that as an opportunity or what we call an entry point. So there exist several entry points to begin to engage AI on AI issues within our community. So GIZ, I must say that GIZ also opened the eyes of Kampala Analytica. That you see these things you're doing here in Kampala, up here, where this thing, in fact, where the rubber meets the road is in the communities. You can do everything up there, but as long as, first of all, if you don't engage all sectors of society, one, you're creating an unintended divide, and then you're going to leave out a critical mass that is important in this particular journey. And I think Brian, Rita, and the team at GIZ pass our regards to GIZ. Tell them that Kampala Analytica is not regretting the decision you gave us, because we actually see that these are very important. Like the other time when we had the Twitter space, I remember Robert, was it Kakuru, who was talking about that they're already exploring how they can use emerging technologies for public accountability, for social accountability, and of course, human rights. These are things, already people are talking about how do we use blockchain technology to advance human rights. So we are heading there. These are baby steps that are important, because the first important thing is there is someone who likes to, this is a rather awkward example, but let me use it. Someone said that once you name a problem, you're already 50% in solution. That the day there was a disease in Rakai, which was devastating Ugandans. Once they gave a name to that disease, and the name was Silimu, isn't it? Yes. So once it was named, a solution was found for it, and everyone was mobilized to address it. So the moment we now know that there's a new kid on the block called artificial intelligence that is never going to leave the civic space the same, I think that is the first step of success that we have achieved together. I want to thank each and every of your individual organizations. When you read the transcripts that we use to generate the baseline survey, you will actually find very honest responses. Moreover, some of you were called on short notice. Others even had barriers to attend. I remember, and then, yeah, many organizations. Do we have Chitara here? No, we don't have Chitara, that organization from Chitara. But I remember our researchers sleeping in the field over 3 days waiting to interview the person. I said, look for where the person is and go there. You can even interview someone after a burial who said it is not possible. But several organizations in the Fort Portal area and in all these areas were very forthcoming with the interviews, and the insights are very interesting insights. We are going to have it published the way our design team is going to, once we factor in our conversations today, we shall also release the baseline report. We shall send it on email and as well put it on our website once the design is done, so that we can always refer to it in our activity. Design is the reason we are gathered here. It gave us all what we needed for this conversation. It also gave us all the pointers of what nature of resources to develop. And when you look at those resources that Marshall, I'm sure, shared with you today, you'll find that they expand more on those particular aspects that we've been talking about, and that were preferred by your respective organizations. And we are also going to have a civic hackathon. Like I'm saying that we are ambitious. We think a lot is also possible, especially where they say where there is a will, there is a way. So that baseline survey is also going to inform our civic hackathon. We want to conduct a civic hackathon that responds to your concerns. For example, we want to send out a call, which is going to be out tomorrow. We are going to launch tomorrow a call for innovators, developers, enthusiasts who are interested in this field. And we are going to tell them this was our baseline survey. These are what organizations want to see in the AI digital civic space. And then we say competing in innovation. For example, one of the priorities that NGOs, CSOs were saying one of the impact of AI on fundraising, for example. So we shall let them also, our developers, if they can develop some of those tools. Yeah, it is going to be, right now with an hackathon, you cannot tell until people come with the ideas. But we are going to do an hackathon, and my assurance is that the hackathon that we are going to do is going to be specifically responding to the that we received and the recommendations that we received during the baseline survey. So we see what happens if you have people who are willing to participate in the hackathon within your organizations or within your networks. We shall share a call where you can also share with them. One thing I've noticed about, this country has immense talent that is just seated without space. So you can actually be shocked. Have you heard of a story that in the early 90s, Katwe developed an aircraft, and government of Uganda just told them, no, this one, we cannot risk any passenger there. But now the beauty of such a story is the capacity, the fact that some people can put their minds in one place and say, we are going to develop this, and they actually develop it. Whether it is accepted to be used or not, the mere fact that they develop it is very important. And that is, and part of this project is also to build an ecosystem, give people platform to dream and see if they can bring. We are going to be joined by 2 more members of Kampala Analytica. One member is our board member, Maureen Amuterine. Maureen worked with UN Pulse Lab, and she's a data scientist, and she's currently running her own company called DataSphere, and she's also a member of Data Science Africa. So she's our board member, so she's coming here, and she will also be part of the practical trainings that we are going to receive tomorrow. So feel free to ask them anything, because that is their field anyway. Alban is also joining us tomorrow. Alban is a data engineer and AI engineer. So he's also going to be here to join us. I'll also be taking you through using AI beyond ChatGPT and these others. I'll be taking you through C-Space, NotLM, which is a very new, I think the newest of Google products. Yes, NotLM. How do you use NotLM, for example, C-Space to write a proper research without just saying, ChatGPT, generate for me this proposal. You can still maintain some originality. You can still maintain your originality using AI. There was that question which came out. I keep remembering it. So how then do we balance machine and human? This balance is very important, so that even when we are in the world of artificial intelligence, we do not completely do away with originality. Originality and innovation is very critical. So tomorrow we shall be looking at how do we navigate some of these research tools and then have this. And I am going to share with you a presentation which I made last week at the University of Dar es Salaam, at the Voices of Social Science Conference, which was there last week. And these are things that the academy, even universities, by the way, are grappling. That how do we deal with artificial intelligence and academia and research, the quality and integrity of knowledge and research. And it is very possible, I can assure you. I'm sure from tomorrow, after my interaction with you,
you will not be worried about your originality, and yet you will be using artificial intelligence. So I'll list for you a number of other AI platforms you can use for research, but I'll use 2 case studies of NotLM and CSpace, which I think will help us a lot. Now, AI is supposed to be an assistant to man. For those of you who attended the Africa Election Integrity Summit, when I appeared on that panel of AI, there was a response I gave someone. I said that human beings, first of all, fought a very big war to be on top of the world. Do you know we are on top of the world? Even when we see snakes come and we run away, it doesn't mean that we are not in charge of the world. We are just making a strategic retreat, but we can even kill the snake if we want it. Isn't that true? Is there any animal which is stronger than man? Is there? Man can even kill. Marshall has been talking about smarter. You know, someone said that if all human beings die out of the world, octopuses will take over, because they say octopus is as smart as man. Yes, actually that's what people say. You remember octopus predicting the winner of a World Cup? Was it in 2010 World Cup? And all the predictions were right. So people are saying that when man dies out, octopuses will take over the world, because they are the ones that have intelligence next to man. Because to lead the world, you must be intelligent. So that human intelligence is what makes the human species superior. But you know, in God's creation, God always creates things in twos. I don't know if you've ever imagined that. You'll find that God creates a potato and another thing similar to a potato. Beans, look into your culture. There is beans, and then there's something similar to beans. There is even, you see, like some others say, they say that God can even create a wild animal and a domestic look-alike. That a goat, for example, will be closer like a cob. You see that? Even human beings were created, even what we call the Homo erectus species that we are, were created in twos. We had the Neanderthals, and then we had we, who are called Homo sapiens. Now, there was a big battle between Neanderthals and Homo sapiens on who to control the world. And by the way, as recent as yesterday, scientists and archaeologists were still uncovering places in history where there was a battle between actually Homo sapiens and Neanderthals to control the world. So we are controlling the world. It was not just handed over to us on a silver plate. It involved war. And we had to defeat a species which also looked closer to us, called the Neanderthals. And now the million-dollar question then is, do you think man won that war against the Neanderthals and gained all this power only to give it up to machines and say machines now control the world? No. Man will always control everything, including machines and AI. That is always what I tell people who get so worried. What the people I call luditists, whose role every day is to create fear. AI is going to kill all of us. AI is going to do what? Then I say, man, where we have reached has been a hard battle. We cannot reach up to this point to just say now machines, we fought, defeated the Neanderthals food anywhere, so you now take over and control us. That will never happen because man's intelligence will always be greater than machine intelligence. But the question is, machines are also there. Man all along has been creating something to help him. And I'm sure when you read what Marshall sent you, you'll find that the idea of artificial intelligence may have even started before Jesus was born. Like the Jews will tell you about the myth of Golem. When you read writings long time ago, you'll actually find that man's quest has always been to create something to help him. So AI should also be approached as one of those landmark inventions of man to assist man. With AI, AI is now like a personal assistant. I think everyone has a personal assistant. I think it is Lorraine who keeps saying, "Oh, Kiddy, why don't you have a personal assistant?" I said, why? With AI, I have not LM as my personal assistant for research, as my research assistant. I have C-Space as a research assistant when I'm doing literature review. I have ChatGPT. I have all these. So these are our assistants. So tomorrow, I request that we be here as early as 8. I will still appreciate if my team here, but I promise you'll find me here tomorrow. That one is a challenge. You'll find me here tomorrow. And we are so grateful. And tomorrow, as a final word, one of our very important friends, so tomorrow, there is going to be a very big global event happening. It is called the Global Futures Summit, organized by the Silk Road 40. And I want to announce that they have given us tickets to be part of the event. So tomorrow we are going to stream the opening of the Global Future Summit. They will also recognize our presence where we are. It is actually, the physical one is happening in Vienna, but they will recognize us also from Igongo, recognize all of us and our partners. And then we shall also have this special, we are going to particularly stream the session on AI from the Global Future Summit so that we see how the direction the world, especially Europe, is heading to. And then we can also see if some of these can be localized in our own context. It will just take us a few minutes to listen to them, and then we can continue with our trainings. Otherwise, from the bottom of my heart, I am so grateful that you've been here, and let's be here early enough tomorrow by 8, and then we can leave by, so that we also leave and travel early. But the most important thing is tomorrow being a practical event. Kindly let us be here very early so that we use the most of the time. On my side and on behalf of Kampala Analytica, we are so grateful. Let me just invite someone from GIZ to maybe use 1 or 2 minutes to also maybe respond to a few concerns and then also close officially. Yeah. Okay.
Good afternoon, gentlemen and ladies. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good. Looks like our energy levels have dropped, but it's 16:39 hours and the day is closing. Bara is a very beautiful city. You can please enjoy. And my name is Ben Kerry Maweje. I also serve with GIZ Uganda. And we had a few concerns, a few questions that were raised. And we felt it necessary to come and correct a few things. I know you're all here as GIZ partners, but you've probably heard of different components within our program. Someone asked me, so what is SAC, what is CASP, which GIZ are you? And it's beautiful to note that my colleagues and I all work for GIZ Uganda. For those who speak German, GIZ is Deutsche Gesellschaft für internationale Zusammenarbeit, which in English it's a German Development Corporation. The acronym does GIZ Uganda. Now, GIZ has quite a number of programs that it's implementing, and it works with state and non-state partners. Now, you here are all non-state partners. And under GIZ, we also have the CASP program, Civil Society in Uganda Support Program, which is called CASP. CASP has moved in phases, CASP 1, CASP 2, and which is now looked at as the Governance and Civil Society Program. CASP is just a program, but the whole is just a program, but the whole of it is called the Governance and Civil Society Program. Now, Governance and Civil Society Program has components within the program. That is why some of you have interacted with component heads or DVs. For example, how many of you here are working directly with SAC, Social Accountability Component? Okay. She over there, she works with the Social Accountability Component, and others are with the Kampala Hub. Kampala Hub, or Central and Southwestern Hub. Let me see. Brian, looks like they don't know that component. Yeah, but the Central, we call it the Central and Southwestern Hub. That is where my colleague Brian is in charge, and that is where most of you, or if not all of you, are directly engaging. So the Central and Southwestern Hub, it works on the issues of conducive environment, the non-state partners in most cases. And then we also have other hubs like the Social Accountability Program component that works with state and non-state partners. We also have the Human Rights and Conducive Environment component. The components and the program. So the components are within the program. The Human Rights and Conducive Environment component works with both state and non-state partners. For example, we have the Office of the Auditor General. We have the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Assets Authority. We also have the Inspectorate of Government. We have the Office of the Auditor General. Had I mentioned that? Yes. And we also have the National Planning Authority and Uganda Human Rights Commission. Why this? The program introduces what they call the human rights-based approach, for example, to planning with the National Planning Authority. There's a human rights-based approach still with the Office of the Auditor General. Yeah? Duty bearers and duty holders. So overall, The main objective of the program, the Governance and Civil Society program, is to promote respect for human rights and principles of good governance. That's transparency, accountability, efficient and effective administration, and also political participation. So I also believe that right now, many of you who had questions, I think that has been rested, unless there is one or two more. Anyone wants to know extra information about GIZ Uganda on the different programs? If not, we're good. Yes. All right, so we are going to put you, please write to me. We are going to put you in contact with our colleagues who are working specifically in that program. Yeah, I know about it. It's called We4D. Yeah, Women for Development. So we are going to put you in close contact with them so you can actually reach out directly to them. Yeah. So also in a nutshell, we also have our colleagues who are working outside the city of Kampala. We have the Gulu Hub that takes part of the northern region and south and West Nile, and also have the Mbale Hub that is still working on the other part of eastern Uganda. In general and brief, JZ works in all parts of the country. I thank you very much.
So thank you, Mr. Okidi and Mr. Maweja, for those amazing closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we have officially now come to the end of today's program, and would like to invite you to please join us for evening tea and informal networking, where you can continue having conversations and build connections with the different individuals that are present. Thank you, and see you tomorrow.